So today we've come to the 15th chapter, the Prameya Jiva-tattva. So just to recap something, uh, we went through the first 12 chapters of this is Sambandha Gyan. What is my relationship with Krishna? And it was many instances showing the evolution of consciousness to come to spiritual focus. We had Lahari Mahashai, and he was depicted as just a regular um, uh, scholarly type of a person. But then he became influenced by Vaishnava Das's teachings, and he transforms his whole mind and heart to solidly connect with the Vaishnava mood. So when we see these experiences directly in front of us, this gives the um, neophyte jiva on this path immediate hope that yes, just by hearing this direction and this knowledge, that I also can become connected with transcendence and become qualified. We have to become qualified to develop our relationship with Krishna. It's a qualification. We have to realize this. In our practical application of Krishna consciousness, we're always looking to become more qualified as a qualified what? A qualified servant of our Gurudev and ultimately all our Guru Varga. All our Guru Varga are all directing us in the same direction. None of them are saying anything different. They have beautiful, unique, individual qualities, each personality. Rupa Goswami, Sanatan Goswami, Jiva Goswami, Raghunath Goswami, Bhatta Goswami, Gopal, Krishnadas Kaviraj, all totally unique, self-realized personalities, but they're all ultimately saying the same essence. Tannama rupa charitadi sukirtano smitya kramana rasanam asidyoja tishtem braje tanuragi janugami kalam nayam akilat iti upatesharam. This is the essence of all instruction, that one should take this holy name, live in the holy dhams. This is the essence of Rupa Goswami's instructions. So we have the Sambandha in the first 12 chapters, and the principal characters are Prem Das Babaji in the beginning, and he's meeting Sannyasi Thakur, who very quickly becomes Vaishnava Das, who instructs Lahari Mahashai, who very quickly becomes Adwaita Das Babaji, and he's instructing his son. So he's going through these different stories, these different experiences of these different personalities who have absorbed these teachings and are now able to teach it to others and exemplify in their own lives how to practice. It's described that Lahari Mahashai, for example, is sitting, he's chanting 2 lakhs of rounds a day, he's studying the Shastra, he's living quietly in Godrum, he has no more material attraction whatsoever, he doesn't want to go back to his home, he has no more interest in supporting his family life. So this is an indication that he's embraced the transcendental vision. He's no longer got any connection, basically, with this material world. This is the extreme practitioner, and we have to translate that into our own various circumstances. How can we become detached from this world, even though we remain in our family conditions, etc., supporting our families and so on? This is necessary to do. This is dharmic to do. This is natural. This is necessary to do. But how to become detached more daily within this material world? It's the detachment that is the principle. And even more than the detachment, that will manifest when the attachment to Krishna becomes strong. That's the only way that real detachment can manifest, when there's real attraction to Krishna and great affection and love towards Krishna by absorbing the teachings of our remarkable acharyas in our line. So we've come to the 13th chapter, and we've met the personality Brajanath, And in the 13th chapter, Brajanath is hearing the Dashamula. And the Dashamula is describing the 9 principal Prameyas, the 9 principal truths. And the evidence is called the Praman. So therefore it makes it 10. So we've been through the Praman in chapter 13. And then in the also in chapter 13, we heard about Krishna being the supreme truth. This is the first Prameya, that Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. And then we heard in the 14th chapter, which we just completed previously, Sarva Shaktim and Rasabdim, these descriptions of Shakti Tattva, which were just phenomenal. The personally, I'm still resonating with the teachings that we went through in this 14th chapter. They're so profound, so beautiful. Especially, let me just reiterate, at the very end of this 14th chapter, Brajanath is asking the question. We've been talking that Shakti practically manifests and performs all activities in creation. So what about Shaktiman? What about Krishna? What does he do? There's Shakti and Shaktiman. So we've been discussing what is Shakti, and everything is manifesting from Swarup Shakti. Ultimately, Baladev manifests from Swarup Shakti. The Sandini Shakti is manifesting from Swarup Shakti. The Chit Shakti, the Hladini Shakti, all of these, everything in existence is manifesting from Swarup Shakti. So the question was asked, what about Shaktiman? It's described, what is it? Puna Krishna, Puna Shakti, Shaktiman. What is it? Radha Puna Shakti, Krishna Puna Shaktiman. So what is Krishna doing? If Radharani, if Swarup Shakti is manifesting everything out of a extreme love, then what is Krishna doing? So now it's described on page 329, the third paragraph down. In answer to this question, I agree that Krishna's name, form, qualities, and pastimes all indicate the function of Shakti. They all indicate the function of Shakti. All of Krishna's pastimes, his qualities, his form is indicative of Shakti. However, freedom, svatantrata, and free will, sva-ichamayata, are not the work of Shakti. They are both intrinsic activities of the Supreme Person, and Krishna, that Supreme Person who has free will and is the abode of Shakti. So this is the final teaching in this chapter, that this is the function of Krishna, Shaktiman. He has free will and he has freedom. They're different. There's a difference between them. This freedom, sva tantrata, freedom is when you're completely independent, and free will, you can act independently. So this is the nature of Shaktiman. He is completely independent. Shakti, on the other hand, is totally dependent, just exactly like the heat is dependent on the fire. The fire is utterly independent by itself, but the heat is dependent on the fire. So this is the tattva that we've understood in the 14th chapter on Shakti Tattva. Now we come to the second line of the verse, this Amnaya Praha Tattvam Hirim Hara Iha Paramam Sarva Shaktim Rasabdim. Now we come Tad Vibinam Sams Cha Jivan Prakriti Kabalitam Tad Vimuktams Cha Bavad. So this is the Jiva-tattva section. So now we're going to have 3 chapters. 15, the Jiva-tattva, 16, the Jiva bound by Maya, and 17, the Jiva liberated from Maya. These are fascinating chapters. These are key understandings to the jiva's situation here in this material world. So they're very important chapters to appreciate. So I'm just going to start reading from chapter 15, Prameya, Jiva-tattva. So this is on page 333. The next day, Brajanath reached Srivasangam earlier than on previous days. The Vaishnavas from Godrum had also come before evening to take darshan of Sandhya Arti, and Sri Premdas Paramahamsa Babaji, Vaishnav Das, Advaita Das, and other Vaishnavas were already seated in the Arti Mandap. You see how Bhaktivinoda Thakur is practically painting a picture for us of the Vaishnava world. In so many instances at the beginnings of each chapter, he's described the collections of the Vaishnavas and the backdrop of Godrum, or sometimes in Devapali, Nrsimhapali, sometimes in Mayapur, sometimes in Koladweep, different locations of the Goramandal. So he's introducing us to the backdrop and the personalities here. This is where we want to connect with these personalities. We already have said something about Premdas Babaji was from the very beginning instructing Sannyasi Thakur. And then Sannyasi Thakur in turn became Vaishnava Das, Advaita Das. We've already described these personalities. And other Vaishnavas were already seated. So we're getting some Sambandha. Again, Sambandha is the baseline, is the platform. We're getting connection with these personalities. If we have affection for these personalities, then we can hear their instructions much more lovingly with an open heart and take the instruction deeper into the deeper recesses of our consciousnesses. When Brajanath saw the bhavs of the Vaishnavas from Godrum, he was struck with wonder and thought, I will perfect my life by having their association as soon as possible. This is the desire of all sincere sadhaks, is to have association of Vaishnavas who are very eager, enthusiastic to develop relationships amongst each other in a mood of service to Krishna. If it's in a mood, if it's on the platform of service to Krishna, not a selfish mood, if this selfishness can be gradually purified from the heart, and we start to see the greater sense of Mahaprabhu's mission in this world, a greater sense of our Guru Varga. What did they come to offer to this world? What did they come to give to this world? I want to be part of that family. I want to be contributing to the welfare of humanity according to the teachings and precepts of Sachinandan Gaurahari and all his Guru Varga. This is what I want to be in, that family, that camp, that sampradaya, this Gaudiya Vaishnava sampradaya. I want to be a part of that. I want to have that vision of how to go forward in my own realization as well as contributing to the welfare of humanity in the highest sense, which is to connect with the soul. It's not just passing out free food to poor people. That's not the highest sense of welfare for humanity. If it's prashadam, then it's different. Then you're giving them some connection in bhakti. But if it's simply like in many religious groups, they do all kinds of altruistic activities, just helping people, helping poor people, etc. This is not going to necessarily help their souls. The Vaishnavas have a higher vision of how to help the soul of all humanity. And we don't have to think about it. We just simply follow the teachings of our Guru Varga. They have given everything, absolutely everything, especially in Jaiva Dharma. So when Brajanath saw the barbs of the Vaishnavas from Godram, he was struck with wonder and thought, I will perfect my life by having their association as soon as possible. When those Vaishnavas saw his humble and devotional disposition, all of them bestowed their blessings on Brajanath. So Brajanath, at this point, he hasn't taken on the specific dress of the Vaishnava. He's a resident of Mayapur, just north of Mayapur, and he doesn't describe, but he's probably just wearing a dhoti and kurta like that. But he hasn't taken the formality yet of initiation into the Vaishnava Sangha. So the Vaishnavas there are very touched by his humble nature and mood of submission. They can sense this, they can hear this, they can see it. So they bestowed their blessings on Brajanath. This is what the sadhak needs. He needs the blessings of the Vaishnavas constantly, constantly, constantly. We're always seeking, if there's any Vaishnava that we consider has more understanding than we have, which the sadhak will always think most people have more than me. That's just the nature. And then we're always begging their blessings, begging their blessings, begging their blessings. It's the accumulation of those blessings that's going to take us forward. And it's a mood of submissiveness towards the residents of Braj, of Goradam, and the devotees, the higher devotees, as much as possible, begging their mercy. When Arti was over, Brajanath and the elderly Babaji began to walk southward together in the direction of Godram. Raghunath Das Babaji saw an incessant stream of tears flowing from Brajanath's eyes, and feeling very affectionate towards him, asked lovingly, "Baba, why are you weeping?" When someone weeps, if he's not, a fake, then it's something that is coming from the heart. It's like someone who is just immersed in gyan and knowledge. Their heart hasn't softened sufficiently to fill up with feelings that will well out of the eyes in the form of tears. So Brajanath is feeling very emotional in the sense of his affection and attraction towards the Vaishnavas. This has sparked an incessant flow of tears from his eyes. And Babaji very beautifully is inquiring as to the reason for his incessant tears. Brajanath said, "Prabhu, when I remember your sweet instructions, my heart becomes restless, and the entire world seems to be devoid of all substance." The entire world is devoid of all. That means there's nothing attractive in this material world except my connection with the Vaishnavas. This is the highest, most sweetest taste that I can experience. And it's touched his heart so powerfully that tears are just falling from his eyes. This is the stage of bhav. And we've discussed many times that if the sadhak's practice is not focused on bhav bhakti, then his sadhana is like zero. It's just vaidhi bhakti. It doesn't have the motivation or the enthusiasm to actually realize his real spontaneous attraction to Radha. Vaidhi bhakti means following the rules and regulations, governed by fear, governed solely by the directives of Shastra. That's what Vaidhi bhakti means. But Raganuga is when one will just run spontaneously towards Krishna, knowing what are the rules and regulations, not transgressing anything. But Bhav Bhakti is something very special, which we will come to in the 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd chapter. We'll come to exactly what is Bhav Bhakti. But this has to be appreciated at this stage. Prabhu, when I remember your sweet instructions, my heart becomes restless and the entire world seems to be devoid of all substance. My heart is becoming eager to take shelter of Sri Gauranga Dev's lotus feet. This eagerness, his heart is restless, it's described. When someone's heart is restless, what does that mean? It means they want something, they're anxious, they have a desire. And if your desire is focused on service to the Supreme, somehow or other, how can I please Krishna? How can I please the residents of Vrindavan? How can I please Srimati Radhika? That mood of bringing pleasure to the Vaishnavas, then in eagerness, this is going to have a reciprocal effect from the Vaishnavas and from the Lord directly. When we serve the scripture, when we serve with great attention and respect, when we take these scriptures and drink them, the instructions, we open our hearts to receive the speciality and the gifts, especially, as I said in the very beginning when we started this study of Jaiva Dharma, the person who actually manifested this Jaiva Dharma, who is Bhaktivinoda Thakur. If our attraction to Bhaktivinoda Thakur is increasing regularly with our reading of each chapter, this is very, very, very supportive of understanding these truths. Bhaktivinoda Thakur has written so copiously, so many beautiful Gita Mala, the Kalyana Kalpataru, so many poems, Sharanagati, that we can immerse ourselves in, which will invoke more of the mercy of Bhaktivinoda Thakur to understand these topics. Please be merciful to me and tell me who I really am according to Tattva, and why have I come into this world? When the Jiva asks this question, his life is assured of success. This is the question that Sanatana Goswami asked directly to Mahaprabhu. Kiyami, everyone is saying that I'm a great scholar, but I don't really feel like that. I want to know who I really am. What is the nature of my soul in relationship to that Supreme Lord? So now Babaji is going to respond. My dear son, you have blessed me by asking such a question. You see, Babaji, he's also reciprocating straight away. He feels blessed by the question. The question will open his consciousness completely. Now Babaji will be able to give, because the question, just like in Srimad Bhagavatam, when Parikshit Maharaj, he asked this question to Shukadeva Goswami right at the beginning. What should a man do who's about to die? Parikshit is about to leave his body in 7 days. He's being cursed to die. So he's asking this question, what should a man do who's about to die? This is the most tantalizing, beautiful question we could ever consider. So when this question was asked to Babaji, he became so happy to hear this. He blessed me, he says, by asking such a question. The day that the Jiva first asks this question is the auspicious day on which his good fortune arises. This is just what we've been saying, right? This is when his fortune arises, when he asks this question. If you will kindly hear the 5th shloka of Dasmula, all your doubts will be dispelled. So we're in the process of going through the 10 Prameyas. So this is the 5th Prameya. Spurlinga ritirna eva chid anovo jiva nishchayaha hare suryasya viva pritag apitu tad veda vishayaha vashe maya yasya prakriti patir eva vara iha sa jivo muktopi prakriti vasho yogaha sva gunataha. Just as many tiny sparks burst from a blazing fire, so the innumerable jivas are like atomic spiritual particles in the rays of the spiritual sun, Sri Hari. Though these jivas are non-different from Hari, from Sri Hari, they are also eternally different from him. So straight away we have a contradiction here. They're the same, and yet they're different. And we can understand this because we chant Hare Krishna, because we're in association of devotees. Our mind will be able to accept this complete contradiction, the same and yet not the same. It's called Achintya Bheda Abhedata. There's going to be a whole chapter on this soon. So this is what's been described in this verse. Though these jivas are non-different from Srihari, they are eternally different from him. The eternal difference between the Jiva and Ishvara is that Ishvara is the Lord and Master of Maya Shakti, whereas the Jiva can fall under the control of Maya even in his liberated stage due to his constitutional nature. So we're going to go into the fascinating appreciation of this verse in this chapter. How does the Jiva fall under the veil of this Maya Shakti when he's actually non-different from Krishna? How does that happen? So this is going to be explained. Brajanath, this is an exceptional Siddhanta, and I would like to hear some Vedic evidence to support it. Sri Bhagavan's statements are certainly Veda, but still people will be bound to accept the teachings of Mahaprabhu if the Upanishads can substantiate this principle. Okay, so this is Bhaktivinoda Thakur wants to give us a rock solid platform for where we're going here. He wants to give us the Praman from all of Shastra. Bhaktivinoda Thakur wants to give us the Shastra. He wants to, because the Shastra has it's the platform, it's the cushion where everything can spring with complete confidence. If the Shastra is understood and is there, it's like stone. You can't deviate from the understanding. It's rock solid. So Babaji, this tattva is described in many places in the Vedas. I will cite a few of them. Yatagne Shudra Vishpulinga Vyucharanti Evam Evashmad Atmanaha Sarvani Bhutani Vyucharanti. Brihat Aranyak Upanishad 2.120. Innumerable jivas emanate from Parabrahm, just like tiny sparks from a fire. So understand what's happening here, that Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he's manifesting this Dasmula. This Dasmula has come from the heart of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, from his inspiration. So he has to substantiate it with the rest of Shastra to show that it's not just a speculative type of a idea that he's come up with or something of that nature. So he personally is supporting this verse from Shastra fully to show its authenticity. Tasyava etasya purasasya dva evastane bhavata idan cha paraloka stanan cha sandhyam trityam swapna stanam tasmin sadya stane tishtan eta ube stane prashyatidan cha parokla stanan cha. Brihat Aranyak Upanishad 4.3.9. There are two positions about which the Jiva Purush should inquire: the inanimate material world and the spiritual world. Two worlds. The Jiva is situated in a third position, which is a dreamlike condition, swapna. Swapna means dream. Sthana means position, smapna stan, and is the juncture, the tatashta, between the other two. This is so important to catch. We are a special tattva, because when we get to the 16th chapter, it's going to be described about all the jivas in the spiritual world. And then it's describing the inanimate jivas in this world. And there's a space between the two. And we are in that space. We're called the marginal nature. That's our nature. Whichever way you look at it, that's our nature. We are Krishna. We have the same potency of Krishna, and at the same time, we can be covered by the illusory energy. Krishna can never be covered by the illusory energy, so we're never Krishna. We can never be the Supreme Master. Actually, the sadhak never wants to be the Supreme Master. He wants to be the servant of the Master. This is the cultivation of spiritual knowledge. This shloka describes, I didn't finish that, between the other two. Being situated at the place where the two worlds meet, he sees both the Jad Jagat, inert world, and the Chid Jagat, the spiritual world. This is phenomenal. This is the uniqueness of the conditioned jiva. He's tatashta. This shloka describes the marginal nature of jiva shakti. Again, it is said in the Brihat Aranyaka Upanishad 4.3.18, Tadyata maha matsya ube kule nushan charati purvan chapran chaivam evayam purusha etav udva antav anu sancharati swapnatan cha budantana cha. Just as a large fish in a river sometimes goes to the eastern bank and sometimes goes to the western bank, So the jiva being situated in karna jal, the water of cause that lies between the inert and the conscious worlds, also gradually wanders to both banks, the place of dreaming and the place of wakefulness. This is our nature, discussing the tattva of the jivas. Rajanath, what is the Vedantic meaning of the word tatashta? Now this is important. Babaji, the space between the ocean and the land is called the tata, the shore. But the place that touches the ocean is actually nothing but land. So where is the shore? The tata is the line of distinction separating the ocean and the land. It is so fine that it cannot be seen by the gross eyes. We see the waves coming in and going out. Where is the actual demarcation line? It's blurred. It's not crystal clear. Sometimes the land is covered and sometimes it's uncovered. It's continuously like that. So we are being covered and uncovered simultaneously. We're fluctuating in this marginal region. Tatashta is not a geographical region. There's not a place called Tatashta. It's a state of consciousness. It's a state of consciousness that pervades all conditioned jivas. If we're in the lower states of consciousness, Acharita Chaitana, Mukhalita Chaitana, etc., Sankulita Chaitana, these lower stages of consciousness, then we have the potential to come to the higher stages. So still we're marginal. Our root will be marginal, do you understand? It's not that a tree is not marginal because it hasn't developed its higher state of consciousness. In time, it will eventually get a human birth where it will be more apparent that he has the spiritual opportunity to connect with the higher realm of consciousness. That Vikulita Chaitana. Yes. The tata is the line of distinction separating the ocean and the land, and it is so fine that it cannot be seen by the gross eyes. If we compare the transcendental realm to the ocean and the material world to the land, then tata is the subtle line that divides the two, and the Jiva Shakti is situated at the place where the two meet. We meet between the spiritual consciousness and the material consciousness. That's it in a nutshell, what he's just said in the last sentence. There's the spiritual consciousness, that Chit Jagat, and there's the Jad Jagat. Jad means dull. And there's the covered consciousness. So we are right in the middle of that. Yes, that's where we're born. That's our nature. We desired this. That'll come in. We'll unpack it as we go through. But this is where we are. The jivas are like the countless atomic particles of light within the sun rays. Being situated in the middle place, the jivas see the spiritual world on one side and the material universe created by Maya on the other side, on the other. Just as Bhagavan's spiritual Shakti on one side is unlimited, Maya Shakti on the other side is also very powerful. It's powerful. The innumerable subtle, Shukshma, jivas are situated between these two. The jivas are marginal by nature because they have manifested from Krishna's Tatastha Shakti, marginal potency, and we manifested in the Brahman region. That's where we actually manifested from. And we had the opportunity to be attracted to the spiritual world in an instant. This is what's going to come in the 16th chapter, but I'm just filling in some gaps here. Or to be attracted to this Mayic illusion. Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar says something very beautiful. He says, at that point of decision making, one was internal or one was external. The external is the world of Maya. The internal is connecting with the soul's function, which is service to Krishna. That's the function of the soul, is just to serve Krishna, nothing to do with this material world at all. Or to go in the external direction, which is to get entangled in the Mayic illusion. So he says it very simply like that. It's very beautiful. Yes, but what we have to appreciate, and I'm going to leave it here, is that this decision was not a historic decision. I'm going to say this regularly. It's a decision we're making every moment of our lives. We are encased in this Tatashta Shakti now. In the moment, you'll decide, yes, I'll come and listen to the class. The next second, you might decide, no, I'll go and have something to eat, or gratify my senses in some way. We have this choice daily, 1,000 times. Before you take rest tonight, how many times will you turn away from Krishna? And how many times will you turn to Krishna? We oscillate because we are Tatashta. We are of this energy. We are marginal. Until we get strong it's called Bal Shakti, in this spiritual strength and decisiveness and Shraddha, until our Shraddha becomes thick, we will never want to look at this illusory energy again for our own gratification. But this decision is happening momentarily. It's not something that happened millions or billions of years ago. It did happen millions of billions of years ago. That's why we got ourselves here. But at that point, it's the same discernment or the same decision that was then is happening right now, today. So we have to come up to speed, up to present, with the reality of this Tatashta Shakti. It's not a historic thing. It's something that we are made of. We're made of this Tatashta Shakti. There's two types of jivas, three types of jivas altogether, as described in the 16th chapter. Those who are attracted to Radha Binod Bihari in Goloka Vrindavan, and those who are attracted to Lord Narayan in Vaikuntha. These are both spiritual domains, and the jivas are manifested in both of those domains. They're perfectly spiritual. And the third type of jiva is manifesting from this state of tatashta, this consciousness. And Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, he describes again that more jivas that manifest in that tatashta region are attracted to Krishna, and much, much less jivas actually come into this world. But we come because we're attracted to the external illusory energy. And the carrot, so to speak, or the attraction, is that I will become like God and enjoy his property. This is a whole other story that's going to be described and unpacked in the 16th chapter. I'm jumping ahead because I want to make this Tatashta point clear. So we'll stop there and resume tomorrow. But I just wanted this point. I just finished this paragraph. The jivas are marginal by nature because they have manifested from Krishna's Tatastha Shakti marginal potency. So now Brajana is asking, what is the Tatastha Swabhav, marginal nature? So tomorrow we'll hear more in depth about the actual nature of this Tatastha Shakti. I find it personally an absolutely fascinating topic because I'm a jiva. I'm a conditioned soul. So it's about us and our connection with the Supreme. And it's why we're bound by Maya. And it's the structure of our prison house, so to speak, that we're discussing. Once you know the map, then you can figure out what is required to actually become released from this. Of course, the release is only devotion. That is the key factor. It's not the mechanical. It's not the knowledge that is going to release us. It's the devotion that will be cultivated only because it's a place, it's like a channel of the heart, like a ray of sun in the heart. It connects us to the transcendental world. It's very special. Okay. Jaiva Dharma, chapter 15, Ki Jai, Anantakota Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Okay, so yesterday we began to describe the Tatashta Shakti, this Tatashta energy of the Lord, where we are manifesting as a part of that Tatashta energy. We are made of that energy. This is what it's not a geographical location. I was explaining this yesterday. This Tatashta isn't a region. It's a state of consciousness that we're in perpetually because we are Tatastha Jivas. We're not these Nitya Mukta Jivas that are serving in Vaikuntha or serving in Goloka Vrindavan. or in the spiritual realm of Dwarka or Mathura. We're not of that nature. These are two separate types of jivas. We are the third type of jiva, and we're manifesting in this way. This is the divine arrangement of the Lord. It's quite a remarkable arrangement that the Lord has made to manifest these jivas in a situation where they get a choice at every moment of their lives to choose to come to Krishna or not, or to choose to fall under the illusion of Maya. So we'll read here from page 336. The last thing we read was the jivas are marginal by nature because they have manifested from Krishna's tatastha shakti, marginal potency. This is on page 336, the first paragraph down. This was the last thing we read yesterday. So now Brajanath is asking, what is the tatastha swabhav, the marginal nature? Oh, I think we read this, didn't we? Did we read it yesterday? Anyone awake? I'll read it again anyway. Babaji, it is the nature that enables one to be situated. He's asked, what is the tatastha swabhav? Babaji is answering, it is the nature that enables one to be situated between both worlds and see both worlds. Both sides. Yes, both sides, sorry. Both sides. And we can see both sides. We see the temple and Krishna, and we have the enjoying propensity to exploit the material energy on the other side, something for my material senses. We see that side by side, it's running parallel every minute of the day. We can never be liberated from that tatastha until we reach the stage of nishta. In the stage of nishta, then it's described that I cannot pull my mind away from the attraction to Krishna. And then that is supported almost immediately by ruchi, by taste. And then when ruchi becomes very thick, then asakti, this complete fixed attachment to service to the Lord, this asakti. These stages are not in black and white. It's not that I'm in nishta and now I'm in ruchi and now I'm in asakti. We can go between these stages until the higher stage becomes thick enough to relinquish the lower stage. But ruchi is always there. That's taste, spiritual taste. And then asakti, this attachment, full attachment. And then bhav can manifest. And the sadhak is coached, being trained through Shastra to focus his sadhan bhajan on achieving the state of bhav. Bhav bhakti is accessible to us. We can achieve this bhav bhakti. Prem we cannot achieve, actually. In this body, it would explode. The prem is too intense, a heat for the body to withstand. We see the examples in Mahaprabhu's Leela, when he is attempting to contain the highest bhav conceivable, this Adiruddha Mahabhav of Sri Radhika, and his body can't tolerate it. It swells like a pumpkin, and all his limbs contract into the body. Or he falls in the ocean and all his limbs become dislocated. This means the body can't tolerate it. It can't tolerate these states, these higher states of prem. We can't tolerate the state of prem, but we can tolerate this bhav condition of consciousness. This bhav condition is going to be described in the 21st and 22nd chapter. The symptoms of bhav, the 9 symptoms of bhav will be described. This shantya, fully peacefulness, it's all described in this later chapter. So it is the nature that enables one to be situated between both worlds and to see both sides. Tatastha swabhav is the eligibility to come under the control of either of the Shaktis. We might consider like this, like in a dream, we don't actually have a false ego. In a dream, You can go this way or that way. You're not conditioned by the false ego. In the dream, you can get on the bus or not get on the bus in the dream. You can do whatever you want in the dream. So in that condition, what are we going to choose? Are we going to choose the exploitation of the material energy, or our service to Krishna? So we can gauge our advancement by considering what we are doing in our dreams. How are our dreams um, showing us in this life how we have left Krishna or are coming attracted to Krishna? We may be considering with our intelligence here in this world, our decision making, etc., performing our various sadhans and bhajan. But then when that, when we go to sleep and the false ego is dissipated like in a dream, what are we going to do in that time? When that freedom is completely there, how will we act then? You understand? This we should consider. Yes, your sanskars, all of our sanskars make so much impression on our progress in devotional service. What strength did we achieve from a previous birth? What potency have we accrued in different lives to maintain a focus on the absolute reality now? So, Tatastha Svabhav is the eligibility to come under the control of either of the Shaktis. The eligibility. What is my eligibility? Have I developed my adi to come under the control of the Chit Shakti? Or if my adhikar is not developed, then I will come under the control of the Maya Shakti. Maya Shakti is so powerful. There was one time when Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada was offering dandavats in one temple in the West. I don't know where it was, maybe LA somewhere. And he was weeping and weeping. And the devotees were asking, "Oh, Prabhupada, why are you weeping? Why are you praying so fervently to the deity?" And he says, "I'm praying not to be influenced by Maya Devi." And then he turned to the devotee, "You don't know how powerful is Maya. You're not appreciating the potency and power of Maya. If we have great respect for this powerful potency of Maya, then we'll be more cautious in our flirting with Maya. Flirting with Maya means thinking I can just get away with this or just get away with that, just do a bit of this, a bit of that, and everything. It won't. We'll go under the claws of that tiger of Maya that Durga Devi rides on, or the lion. Sometimes the shore is submerged in the river because of erosion, and then again it becomes one with the land because the river changes its course. If the jiva looks in the direction of Krishna, that is, towards the spiritual world, he is influenced by Krishna Shakti. He then enters the spiritual world and serves Bhagavan in his pure, conscious, spiritual form. This is now. If you go into the temple and very carefully decorate Thakurji and you're getting flour, you're making garlic, you're totally immersed in seva to the deity, for example, or you're cooking completely immersed in service to the satisfaction of the deity, or you're performing Harinam Sankirtan for the benefit of the conditioned soul. You're performing any service with your full consciousness. You're basically in that spiritual atmosphere when you're doing like that, without a doubt. So that's an experience. And we see the marked distinction when we come out of that activity. We might go on Harinam Sankirtan, be completely ecstatic and so on, speaking to so many, and then we come back, and then immediately the mind starts chattering, where can I find happiness now? If my devotional creeper hasn't begun to flourish. You understand? So it's cultivation. It's a very wonderful journey, such a wonderful journey. He then enters the spiritual world and serves Bhagavan in his pure conscious spiritual form. Of course, we can see this on the absolute sense that if in my meditation I have realized my full spiritual swarup, we can also consider this, that he's saying, in my spiritual swarup, just like we read in Vilap Kusumanjali, for example, Raghunath Das, he, by his meditation and hunger and great greed, desire to serve Sri Radhika, he comes into his spiritual form, personality as Tulsi Manjari, and he's right there serving Radha and Krishna directly in the spiritual world. And then because he's not Vastu Siddhi means when you leave your material body altogether, when you die, in other words, that's called Vastu Siddhi. He's writing about his Swarup Siddhi when he's in this world. And then he's engaging in this seva directly to Srimati Radhika. So that's directly in the spiritual world. But if we haven't realized our spiritual identity to that degree, still we will enter that spiritual atmosphere when we immerse ourselves fully in seva for the pleasure of the Lord. We have these 3 degrees, it's described in one of the chapters later on, about, what is it, Bhagavat Prapti Abhilas, wanting to serve the Lord. And then there's Anukul Abhilas, wanting to please the Lord favorably. There's an upgrade from there. You understand? One is just pleasing the Lord. One is pleasing the Lord favorably. And then the third is so hard, Abhilas. That's to serve the Lord with great friendship. So each stage, there's an increase. There's an opportunity. Because love is a dynamic that must be evolving. It must be increasing, increasing, increasing. It's not a static journey at all. It has to be like daily, momentarily, going to higher and deeper appreciations of affection and attraction to the Lord. It's not like any material science where you cover a certain ground and then that's it. You make it or something. It's always moving forward. It's always inspiring. It's always on new horizons. This is what this achintya bhav means. We're looking with constant astonishment and wonderment towards the prayojan, towards the goal of this journey. It's always with that mood. It's never static. It's always ecstatic. If the jiva looks in the direction of Krishna, that is towards the spiritual world, he is influenced by Krishna Shakti. He then enters the spiritual world and serves Bhagavan in his pure conscious spiritual form. However, if he looks towards Maya, he becomes opposed to Krishna and is incarcerated by Maya. That opposition to Krishna is described as envy. We actually want to be like God. That's what envy means. It means you want something, you become envious of someone, right? Isn't that the meaning that we understand envy to be? You, Professor? Isn't that what envy means? That I want something that somebody else has, right? You can't stand that they've got it, yes. Because you want it, yes. So we want to be God. So we want this enviousness. So this is an offense. To be envious of the Lord who lovingly manifested us. This is a great offense. And because of this offense, material desires come in the heart. And as soon as material desires come in the heart, what does that equal? Suffering. It must equal suffering, because my spirit soul cannot be satisfied with any amount of material acquisition, can it? The spirit soul can only be satisfied with spiritual substances or a spiritual atmosphere. It can't be satisfied with matter. The soul is pure spirit. How can you attempt to satisfy the pure spirit with some type of material acquisition? It's not possible, is it? The soul will only be satisfied with a spiritual activity, in a spiritual atmosphere, with spiritually like-minded practitioners, devotees. It can't be satisfied any other way. It'll just become more and more agitated and frustrated. This frustration will set in. So this is the result of turning away from Krishna. Absolute frustration, and then fear, etc. All of these, there's that beautiful verse, bhayam, fear. Vayam dvitiya biniveshitam syat isat ubatasya viparyo shmiti tanmaya tayo buddha abechan bhaktyai keksham guru devatama. This is saying Vayam dvitiya biniveshitam syat, that this fear exists through material absorption. As soon as we are materially absorbed, we're feeling insecure about my welfare, insecure about my bodily situation, right? That is come about through absorption in the material world. It's all there. The whole blueprint is here in Shastra. But yet, how to apply ourselves to it regularly, 24/7. How to do that? We all have our particular adhikar. We all have our particular previous sanskars and impressions that give us individual ability to actually remain fixed. Some will have good sanskars, some will have lesser sanskars, etc. But the practice is the same. The practice is to take this gift of Mahaprabhu, this Maha Mantra in particular, because it's so simple. We don't have to sit in a ring of fire in the middle of summer, like in previous ages. That's how they would have to perform their sadhana. Literally, they would sit under the blazing sun and they'd have fires all around them, performing austerity. Or they'd sit submerged in the icy cold rivers up to their necks for hours and days and months. They would have to do this to get this same connection that we can simply get just by chanting Hare Krishna. We can just sit comfortably in our places and just vibrate this mantra, and all auspiciousness will be invoked by that. This is the austerity of the age. What's that? Krishna Varnam, Twista Krishnam, Sangopangastra Prastam, Yagya Sankirtanam Priye, Yajantihi Sumedishaha. That intelligent men, they will perform this yagya of the Hare Krishna mantra. Intelligent men will perform this. Sankirtan yagya. Yagya Sankirtanam Priye, Yajantihi Su Medashaha. This prefix, Su. Medashaha means men. Su, intelligent men, will perform this yagya diligently, knowing with great confidence that all the necessary energy will be manifested from the Lord to strengthen my resolve, to clear myself of this lustful desire to enjoy matter, which has no substance to it whatsoever. We really do have to hear about these topics repeatedly and repeatedly. Of course, the most beautiful topic to hear about are the pastimes. When we hear about the sweet pastimes in Vrindavan, this is what is going to give us the positive alternative, so to speak. What I'm saying now, what's being spoken here, is basically the tattva. The tattva has to be understood, though, to develop the inspiration for the lila. But the lila is the most potent. When I'm meditating on any of the particular leelas in Vrindavan, I'm not even conscious of this material world. I'm just fully immersed in that spiritual conception of the spiritual worlds. So this is my practice. But both need to be there because we have intelligence to pacify the mind. It has to be satisfied. If we have any doubts, we can't move forward. However, if he looks towards Maya, he becomes opposed to Krishna and is incarcerated by Maya. This dual-faceted nature is called the Tatastha Svabhav. Okay, now we understand what is the Tatastha Svabhav very clearly. We should understand, without shadow of doubt, the meaning of this Tatastha Svabhav. Brajnath, is there any material component in the Jiva's original? Sorry, is there any material component? I've got in my book, is there any
illusory material component?
No, in my book I've got, is there any material component in the Jiva's original constitution? Which edition do you have?
We have the one where it says illusory.
Really?
Illusory material component.
Well, it's the same meaning, but I'm just always curious because I helped put this book together, and I'm just wondering where that change has come from. I'm reading from the 2010 edition. You're probably reading from a later edition.
This is 2019.
Ah, there you go. Okay, so I'm reading from the 2010. So, yes. Okay, you're both correcting me, but you both got different editions. Okay, so we can say, is there any illusory material component then in the Jiva's original constitution? Material and illusory, quite similar, but it's nice to have both options to make it, if you're into language, to make the picture more clear. So we have material and illusory. Is there any material or illusory component in the Jiva's original constitution? Babaji immediately responds, no. Emphatic. This is emphatic. He's not pussyfooting around. He's saying no directly. No, the Jiva is created solely from the Chit Shakti. There is no Maya within the constitution of the Jiva. This is very encouraging to appreciate. No, the Jiva is created solely from the Chit Shakti. He can be defeated, that is, covered by Maya, because he is minute by nature and lacks spiritual power. Therefore, the intelligent man will develop his spiritual power. That's what our sadhan bhajan means, to cultivate our spiritual power. The spiritual power is dormant within us until Guru wakes that up, that Krishna Seva Vasana. Guru inspires Seva within the heart of the Jiva. Krishna Seva, it's that Seva, which is the symptom of love, which we've been saying. When that Seva is inspired in the heart, then the strength of fortitude, of focus will manifest in the heart of the Jiva. But if that Bal Shakti, that strength, is not being regularly cultivated, if our sadhan is not strong and regulated, then of course we're going to be affected by the Mayic onslaughts of happiness and distress constantly. We're going to be smashed. Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj says, like on a football pitch, like the football is just booted around from end. We are being booted around by the three gunas of material nature, unless we practice our sadhan bhajan with focus and attention. This is just going to be the end result. And we have a choice. We have this choice always. This is the jewel of the jiva, that he has independence. He can choose to be booted around by the modes of material nature, and often thinking, oh, it's not my fault. Why did I bang my foot on the side of the bed this morning? Why did I get a flat tire on the way to work this morning? Oh, the world doesn't love me. Poor me. Let's have a pity party. Let's all cry and weep about poor me, poor me. You know, the jiva sometimes takes satisfaction in that self, what do you call it? Flagellation, that pity. But this is just complete part of the illusion that can tweak the particular mentality of that individual and make him very lamentable and make him morose and unhappy. So the compassionate soul will always be trying to encourage the jivas to just please chant Hare Krishna, just please follow the practices carefully. This is in your interest. It's like a patient in a hospital is to put on a particular diet to recover. But if grandmother comes in and imagines that she's loving the patient by giving them a cheesecake or something, completely breaking the dietary regulations, how is that going to be profitable? So if we think that by just going out and buying some suffering conditioned jiva some particular material commodity, that's going to cheer them up. Maybe in a moment or two they might be happy, but again they'll plunge deeper into the depths of misery and lamentation. All of these things have to be considered daily, 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 daily. Oh God, running out of time again. Okay, I'm going to read that paragraph again because it's so powerful. No, the Jiva is created solely from the Chit Shakti. He can be defeated, that is covered by Maya, because he is minute by nature and lacks spiritual power. But there is not even a scent of Maya in the Jiva's existence. There is not even a scent of Maya in the Jiva's existence. The Jiva is pure, pure, pure Chit Shakti. But we have independently gobbled up quantities. Narottam Das Thakur talks about drinking poison. Knowingly, I'm drinking the poison from this world. Knowingly, even I hear about this, I'm still knowingly drinking it. I'm still turning on the television, knowing that it's going to illusion me. I'm still doing that. I'm deliberately poisoning myself by taking these vaccinations, for example, poisoning the body, knowingly, because all the information was out there. And now whoever's poisoned the body has to reap the benefits of that. We should be, intelligently awake to our material dilemma and our spiritual options, principally residing at the lotus feet and mercy of Sachinandan Gaurahari and Nityananda Prabhu. This is our highest wealth, and we have to cultivate that. It requires cultivation because we've cultivated this Mayic mentality since this birth at least. What to speak of previous births? We've knowingly drunk this poison for so many births. Now we have to be rehabilitated. We have to try and put ourselves in an environment. We simply have to desire this, and Krishna will arrange. If we sincerely desire to be in a more sattvic environment where we're not so much afflicted by the intensity of passion and ignorance, Krishna will arrange that, if that is sincerely our desire. But if we're still getting a buzz out of the passion of the material existence, then Krishna will keep us in there. If we're thinking that, yes, that's where he wants to be. So we have to consider our own eligibility every time. So many points, and I'm going off a little bit, but I'm just trying to just go as significantly inspired into these topics. So tomorrow we'll hear more of Brajanath's on the Mayavadi's view, because this has to be cleared. Brajanath is going to bring up 3 or 4 different Mayavadi things in connection with this Tatashta Svabhava and the Jiva's predicament here. We need to hear these because we will meet people and we need to know how to clear it. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur is so generous-hearted and compassionate. He's everything. Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Jaiva Dharma ki jai, chapter 15 ki jai, Gol Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. So coming back to our chapter here, chapter 15, and we've been discussing this Tatashta Svabhav. And I was asked a very nice question that we, in this Tatashta Svabhav, I explained, was not a geographical region or location. It's a state of consciousness. And prior to manifesting in that state of consciousness, we are in the Brahmajyoti. This is where the jivas are manifested from. And there's a very beautiful essay that I've posted on our WhatsApp thread that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, he describes the nature of the jiva in that Brahman condition of complete shantaras, This is the word that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati uses. That means we have no anxiety, no lamentation, no desires, nothing at all, just completely blank. That's our condition in the Brahman. And we stay there. That's an eternal realm. It's an eternal, the Brahma Jyoti is an eternal place. So we are eternal spirit souls. So we're manifested from an eternal place. And the eternal place is the Brahma Jyoti. That's where we're manifested. We are eternal. We have no beginning. There is no end to the Jiva. But then there's a point in time when the Jiva has the desire to love. And it rises in the heart, or it rises in the consciousness. It comes into the consciousness. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati is describing this in this essay. It's entitled Before We Acquire Material Designation. Material designation means the body. Or if it's, you could change it to spiritual designation, before we actually get a spiritual body. Then from this realm, because we've described before, there are three types of jivas. There's those jivas who are manifested to serve Radha Binod Bihari in Gokul or Goloka, Vrindavan. Specifically, they're manifested with the adhikar to serve Krishna directly, Nitya Siddha Parikars. And then there are those jivas who have the adhikar to serve Lord Narayan in Vaikuntha. They're manifested directly for that. They have that desire to serve Lord Narayan. That is their staibhav. That is their fixed mood of worship. And then there are the third types of jivas who are manifesting in this Tatashta region, in this Tatashta consciousness, or with this Tatastha consciousness, rather. They're manifesting in the Brahma Jyoti, and this consciousness is there. When the desire rises to love or to enjoy, we can say. And most of the souls in that condition will be attracted to the spiritual reality of service to the Supreme. But those wayward souls who will also see the workings of Maya, the illusory energy, on one side, and they will be attracted to that. And the attraction is that they can be like God and exploit that energy. That's the attraction. Ultimately, that is called Mayavad. They can become like God, or in the illusion that they are God, because they're trying to enjoy matter. So we made that choice. And I've described previously that we are making that same choice. It wasn't a historical choice. We're making that same choice daily, probably 1,000 times. The mind works very fast in its decision making. It oscillates between these two options: to engage in spiritual activity according to the spiritual culture, according to the etiquette, according to the maryad, according to the principles of devotional life, or to go my own speculative way and try and exploit this material energy. And it's very subtle. So we're caught in this tight condition of this tatashta. That's our makeup. That's our consciousness. We're caught there. So by gradually hearing more and more about the spiritual reality, then the more and more the sensitive soul will become inclined to walk in the direction of service to Brajendranandan Shyam Sundar. More and more, daily. So that's like the equation, so to speak. So now I put that essay, which to me is very much like a link between, to understand the nature of Tatashta, because he's describing Tatashta in that essay. I would encourage you all to look at it. It's only a short essay. It's a brief excerpt from the book. I'll send you the details where it's from. So the last thing we said was that the jiva has no scent of Maya within its existence, no scent of Maya within its essential constitutional nature. There's not even a smell of Maya, because that's of an inferior nature. And my nature is actually superior. That's why it's called Achintya Veda Abheda Tattva, because sometimes I'm in that superior state of consciousness, and sometimes I submit to the inferior state of consciousness. So I oscillate like this. So it's very disturbing, especially in Kali Yuga, where the whole atmosphere is already disturbed. Food, pollution, sound vibration, people out of control. The whole atmosphere is completely disturbed. What to speak of this disturbing condition? But remarkably, by the potency of Sachinandan's mercy in gifting us the holy name, it gives us the power to actually overcome this illusory energy. And particularly when we're in the presence of Mahabhagavats, Uttam Bhagavats, who have recognized and realized this absolute reality. They have the potency to transform the consciousness of the jiva, to attract the jiva forever to the other side, so to speak, of the Vaitarani river, the other side into the spiritual realm. They have that potency. So we take shelter of these Mahabhagavats. Either these Mahabhagavats are walking amongst us, or these Mahabhagavats in the form of our Guru Varga are there. In our Guru Varga, we take shelter diligently of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, for example, of Rupa Goswami, we've just been speaking, of Sanatana Goswami, Jiva Goswami, Krishnadas Kaviraj, all of these exalted personalities. We make this our family. This is our unit. And they will, by their support, daily we should be offering prayers to all of these personalities. We've described many times. First thing my Gurudev describes as soon as we rise in the morning, first thing we do is offer prayers to all our Guru Varga to connect us to the current of Srimati Radhika's mercy ultimately, coming through the medium of Sachinandan Gaurahari, because it's her mercy that we are receiving. Okay, so we don't have a scent of Maya in our nature. So now Brajanath is going to present some Mayavad conceptions. Brajanath, I have heard from my teacher that when a fraction of the conscious Brahm is covered by Maya, by the way, Prabhu, you can correct me if there's any word that I say that is different in your edition. I'm curious to see how it's been changed or what the editors have done. I have heard from my teacher that when a fraction of the conscious Brahm is covered by Maya, it becomes the Jiva. He explained the sky to be always the indivisible Maha Akash. Maha Akash means the great unknown, practically, the great sky, the greater sky. But when a part of it is enclosed in a pot, it becomes Gatana Akash. If we have a pot and the sky is reflected in the water that is contained within a pot, then it's as if the sky has been contained within the pot itself. This is the example they use in Nyaya. So it's called Gatana Akash, the sky in the pot. And then there's the great sky outside. So he's making this analogy between the sky and the localized sky in the reflection of a pot. This is the analogy that he's making. If I was originally that Brahm, that would mean like I was originally Krishna, but I've been covered by Maya. That's what the proposition is. That I was God, but I've become covered by Maya, and until I get uncovered by Maya, I can't regain my godlike position. Horrible. So horrible. Where is love in that equation? I met a Mayavad once in Rishikesh, and he was sitting in front of all his disciples explaining exactly this. And he had some matchsticks, and he was demonstrating it like in a diagram with matchsticks. And I listened to him for about 20 minutes. And at the end of his presentation, I said, just tell me, where is love in this connection? And he could not answer. And then his disciples all became agitated. They also wanted to know. And in the end, I just left and he was frustrated. But that single ideal of affection, love has to have two. It can't be singular. This conception of the Mayavad is singular. It's saying just I am that God. But where is any relationship if there's only the singular? There must be two. The verb, love is a verb, to love. There must be an object of affection. Otherwise, it's rubbish. So this doctrine is only Mayavad. How can Maya touch Brahm? So how can the illusory energy touch Krishna? Brahm in this context means Krishna. Brahm means Krishna. It doesn't necessarily, it means the Brahmajyoti also, it means everything conceivable. Brahm. That's why Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, he used the word, what is it? He says Brahmajyoti and Brahm, the Brahman, right, thank you. The Brahman. He termed it the Brahman so that Westerners would find it easier to differentiate. But the original language is Brahm. Brahm means the same as Brahman. It means the complete whole, which is Krishna. It means everything. Paramatma, Brahman, and Bhagavan, all three. How can Maya touch Brahm? The Mayavadis propose that Brahm has no Shakti. Huh?
Brahma has no potency.
Oh, that's changed then. So in my book, it's saying Brahma has no Shakti. So Shakti, probably potency is a more simple word, but Shakti is actually the correct word. We've become familiar with the concept of Shakti. So Shakti here, rather difference. So has no Shakti. So you have Lupta Shakti in brackets after potency, right?
Then it just continues.
Okay.
Potency is supposed
Okay.
to
So 9 edition, by the way, for anyone who's listening. So the 2019 edition has changed somewhat. Has no Shakti, Lupta Shakti. So how can, which is a Shakti, possibly approach Brahm? If Shakti is supposed to be non-existent, the Mayavads propose that Shakti is not, that only they exist, that there is. The conclusion is that Maya cannot possibly cover and cause such a miserable condition. Conversely, if we accept transcendental Shakti, Parashakti, of Brahm, how can Maya, which is an insignificant Shakti, defeat the Chit Shakti and create from Brahm? How can this insignificant Shakti of Maya affect something coming from the Chit Shakti? It can't. Brahm is indivisible. So how can such a Brahm be divided? The idea that Maya can act upon is not acceptable. Have support. It doesn't ultimately make sense. Maya plays no role in of the jivas. Maya is there to attract the jivas away from the job. This is all going to be described in the 16th chapter most clearly. But we should understand Maya has a purpose. There's 2 types of Maya. Yoga Maya will attract us to Krishna, will support our journey to Krishna, and Mahamaya will fulfill our desire to try to material energy. That is Mahamaya, Durga Ma. She will give us that. Maya plays no role in the creation. The jiva is only atomic. Yes, we understand. When it says atomic, it means very small, very weak, basically, very tiny. It is still superior as a tattva to Maya. Even though we are atomic, it is still superior. Even though we're very small, it's still superior ultimately. Brajanath. Once another teacher said that the nothing but a reflection of Brahm. The sun is reflected in, and similarly Brahm becomes Jiva when it is reflected in. Is this conception correct? So he's saying that God, speak, becomes reflected into the Mayic, and that reflection is the Jiva. He's a reflect. In other words, he's still God. That's why it's Mayavad. You understand? Because he's saying all the time, it's saying that actually the Jiva is Brahma originally. It's become reflected. So this is what is Mayavad. The Mayavad wants to usurp Krishna's position. We spoke yesterday about the envy that the Jiva feels towards Krishna. It's that enviousness because we want to be like God. And that will only cause us unlimited suffering as long as we have that conception. Again, this is simply another example of Mayavad philosophy. Brahm is opposed to the conclusions of the Vedas. So this theory of reflection is to be rejected. In platform of tattva and siddhanta, we can be misled by a speculative mind because our minds are filled with material desires and it'll try and twist, etc., the absolute. Propose to cheat, face the reality of their total insignificance. This is ultimately why, because the false ego becomes very proud of its various potencies, reputation, life, etc. So they don't want to confess and admit their atomic size. We've said many times this quote of Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj. The reason that we have a false ego is to shield us from the total insignificance. That's why we have a false ego. Because we are so tiny in one sense, but it's achintya beta abheda. We are so glorious in another sense. So it's the two simultaneous. It is tatashta swabhav. It's the two sides. It can be confusing, right? This is the illusory energy. Yes, she's very subtle and she's very powerful if we allow her to be. If we are operating from the absolute Siddhantic direction, then we will be controlled by this. Brajanath, a Digvijay once told me that in reality there is no substance known, only thinks of himself as a jiva because of illusion. And when the illusion is removed, there is only one indivisible. Is correct or not? You see, we must appreciate that previous to Nangora Hari's advent, Madhvacharya, Nimbaditya, and Balabhacharya, the four Sampradaya, there was Advaita Vad. There is this oneness that has been propagated after Lord Buddha advented. This is the historic root where this Mayavad has come from. It's come originally from the manifestation of Lord Buddha, and then from him has manifested Sankaracharya to bring the teachings back into India. So Lord Buddha had to use this philosophy. It's why he came. So it has an origin. This Mayavad has an origin to it. And the origin was in the teachings originally that, yes, we are God. But actually the origins go way back into antiquity. Was that we wanted to enjoy the material energy. And this Advaitavad philosophy was a good philosophy. Oneness. Advaita means one, not two. Yes, one. So he only thinks of himself as a jiva, and when the illusion is removed, there is only one indivisible Brahm. Babaji, this is also Mayavad doctrine that has no data at all. According to Shastra, Ekam Eva Dityam. eva dvitiyam. There is nothing apart from Brahm. Nothing except Brahm. Where has the illusion come from? You see, Bhaktivinoda Thakur is cutting with such resolute logic. If there's nothing but Brahm, then where has illusion come from? And who is supposed to be illusioned? If there's only Brahm, how come these two things have manifested? The illusion and the person who's in illusion. These are two. And yet there's only supposed to be one Brahm. So already he's off, logically. And who is supposed to be in illusion? If you say that Brahm is in illusion, you're saying that Brahm is not actually Brahm. That God, Krishna, is not actually God because he's in illusion. Rather, it is insignificant. And if you propose that illusion is a separate and independent element, you negate the undivided oneness, Advaya Gyan, of Brahm. This for our meditation, and because we will meet individuals with either this gross concept, just be acting out on the Mayavad platform, not even understanding what they're actually doing, but out and out atheists, so to speak, who just want to. Isn't this what most of the world is? Most of the world is acting under this illusion of desperately trying from this material energy for their pleasure. So this is all being purified. Once an influential Brahma Pandit arrived in Nagpur, and in a conference of intellectuals he established that only the Jiva exists. His theory was, and it is because of this that he enjoys happiness and suffers distress. Then when the dream breaks, he sees that he is nothing but Brahm, nothing but God, Krishna. To what extent is this idea correct? This is again Mayavad. If, as they say, Brahm is undifferentiated, how can it possibly produce the jiva state? Understand? If Brahm is without variety, how can it produce the jiva and the dream? Again, it's got nothing. How can it possibly produce the his theory was that the jiva creates everything in his dream. Sorry, I got distracted. I'll just start here. His theory was that everything in his dreams, and it is because of this that he enjoys happiness. Then he is not, he is okay. This is again Mayavadi. If, as they say, Brahm is undifferentiated, how can it possibly produce and his dreaming state? Mayavadis use examples such as a shell of as God and the illusion of taking a rope to be a snake, but therefore not provide a consistent basis for Advaya Gyan. Advaya Gyan. Advaya, one tattva, which represents Krishna, wholeness. And within that one tattva, there is the energy, which we've already discussed in chapter 14, which manifests all the different ones. So there's like two. There's the origin of Krishna, Shakti. This makes two. Therefore, the experience of love can exist. Philosophy is built between the appreciating the affection between Radha and Krishna. He says two. It's not one. It's not Dvaita. Or rather, Dvaita is two. It's Advaita. It's one. Because this is part of the same Advaya. In that oneness, there is Shakti. That's the oneness. We've already studied this in chapter 14. Brajanath. So Maya has nothing whatever to do with creating the Swarup of the Jivas. This has to be accepted. Okay, this was the statement we read at the very beginning today, that Maya is nowhere in the constitution of the pure Jiva. So Brajanath has made these proposals, 4 different proposals, various groups try to substantiate that actually Maya is within that Chit Shakti. All these 4 propositions, but they executed clearly, very simply by Babaji, not difficult. So has nothing whatever to do with creating the Swarup of the Jivas. This has to be accepted. So now Brajanath understands this fully and is happy with it. At the same time, I have also understood that the Jiva is by nature subject to the influence of Maya. Now I want to know, did the Chit Shakti create the Jivas and give them their Tatashta Svabhav, marginal nature? So is it the Chit Shakti that's creating Jivas and has given them this Shakti? Is it coming from Chit Shakti? Is it coming from the pure source? Let's hear what Babaji says. No. Again, he says no. The Chit Shakti is Paripurna Shakti, the complete potency of Krishna. The Chit Shakti is everything. Pari, Purna. Purna means full. Pari, the complete potency of Krishna, is the Chit Shakti. And its manifestations are all eternal substances. Everything coming from the Chit Shakti is totally.
Perfect entities.
Oh,
Then in brackets, got Nityasiddha. Its manifestations are all eternally. In brackets, got Nityasiddha.
interesting. So it's saying in some editions that perfect. Here it's saying substances. This is a better word, actually. That is more clearer. Eternally perfect entities who are nityas. They are nityasiddha means perfect entity. That's a good change. The jiva is not nityasiddha, although when he performs sadhan, he can become sadhana siddha. Nityasiddha means eternally liberated, and when he performs sadhan, the strength of his sadhan, he can become liberated. But that doesn't make him a nityasiddha. He wasn't born in that condition. He's performed his sadhan to achieve that condition, to receive the mercy, to experience that condition. Because our path is avaroha panta, or the success of that effort or not. Um, uh, he performs. He can become sadhana siddha and in mental happiness, like the nitya siddhas, eternally perfect. We can become like the nitya siddhas. All the 4 types of Srimati Radhika's Sakis are nitya. What are the 4 types of her Sakis? The Swapaksh, Vipaksh, and Surit. These are the 4 types of Radharani's Sakis. And they are direct expansions, Kaya Vyuha, direct expansions from Radhika's the Chit Shakti. This is all manifesting from the Chit Shakti. Radhika herself, they are direct expansions, Kaya Vyuha, of the Chit Shakti, Srimati Radhika. They're all manifesting directly from Radhika. All the jivas, on the other hand, have manifested from Sri Krishna's Jiva Shakti. This is a separate, we are not Kaya Vyuha of Radhika. We are manifesting from the Jiva Shakti. This is what it's saying here clearly. We're manifesting from Krishna's Jiva Shakti, which ultimately is his Swarup Shakti, is manifesting from the Swarup. But we're not manifesting like the Nitya Siddha Parikas. We are in a different category. We're conditioned. The Chit Shakti is Sri Krishna's complete Shakti, whereas the Jiva Shakti is his incomplete Shakti. Just as the complete tattvas are all manifestations of the complete potency, similarly, innumerable atomic conscious jivas are transformations of the incomplete Shakti. Yes, we're incomplete because we're in the process with this opportunity to perform sadhan bhakti, so become sadhana siddha. We're not nitya siddha, but we have the opportunity to become sadhana siddha because my essential nature is chit, nothing to do with maya. So I have the opportunity to become a sadhana siddha by Krishna's mercy. So all the jivas, they're all transformations of this incomplete Shakti. It's incomplete because it has this tatashta aspect to it. It's not one of those two jivas that I said at the beginning that are manifest in Goloka Vrindavan or in Vaikuntha. Those two types of jivas are eternally liberated. The jivas that we're talking about are not eternally liberated. Sri Krishna, being established in each of his Shaktis, manifests his Swarup according to the nature of that Shakti. When he is situated in his Chit Swarup, he manifests his Swarup as Sri Krishna and also as Narayan. We're talking about Krishna here, when he manifests, the Lord of Paravyam. When he is situated in the Jiva Shakti, he manifests his Swarup as the Vilas Murti of Braj, who is Baladev. Baladev is that person who is manifesting all the different jivas and being established in the Maya Shakti. He manifests the three Vishnu forms, Karanakshay, Shirodakshay, and Garbhodakshay. I think we'll stop here because we're actually a bit over our time, and what we're reading now needs to be gone very carefully and slowly through. It's a wonderful portion here where we need to fully immerse ourselves. So tomorrow we'll come back to this very portion and get into the thick of it. It's very beautiful, very beautiful. So Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Jaiva Dharma ki jai, Ananta Kota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. Okay, now we come to chapter 15, page 339, and I want to go through this paragraph. It's quite thick, quite dense, but I think we can go through. So the first paragraph, Sri Krishna being established in each of his Shaktis. So from that, understand that Krishna is the origin of the Shaktis, just like the fire is the origin of the heat. So Krishna is established in his Shaktis. He's not the Shakti, he's the origin of he's Shaktiman, but he's the origin of the Shakti. This is what it means. Sri Krishna being established in each of his Shaktis manifests his Swarup according to the nature of that Shakti. Okay? He's not manifesting as the Shakti. He's the fire, so to speak. He's not the heat, but he's the origin of the Shakti. When he is situated in the Chit Swarup, he manifests his Swarup as Sri Krishna. That's Sri Krishna in Vrindavan, Brajendranandan Shyam Sundar. And he also manifests himself as Narayan, the Lord of Paravyam. He also manifests himself. That is Krishna in Vaikuntha. That is Krishna in Vaikuntha. Shaktiman in Vaikuntha and in Goloka Vrindavan. Then there's a semicolon here. When he is situated in the Jiva Shakti, he manifests his Swarup as his Vilas Murti of Braj, Baladev. So Baladev is that personality, Sankarshan, from Baladev, the Sandini Shakti. He's the Ishtadev of the Sandini Shakti of existence. He's also Akhand Guru Mula Tattva. Everything in bhakti to Krishna is manifesting from Baladev Prabhu. That's why he's a Akhand Guru Mula Tattva, because Guru will show us how to serve Krishna. Radhika, in her seva is rasa vichar. Her seva is a conjugal seva. of pleasing Krishna's senses totally. Baladeva is serving Krishna as far as manifesting all of the universes, all of the bodies of all of the jivas, etc. Baladev's seva is very different, and it can't, the whole picture, the whole cosmic manifestation can't go on without this inspiration in Baladev's heart to create all the universes, to create the Vrindavan Dham itself, to create the Jamuna. We've already discussed that previously in the Shakti Tattva. Baladev creates all the bodies, even the body of Radha and Krishna are manifesting. We read it in the 14th chapter. All the bodies are manifesting, except those that are manifested directly from Sri Radhika, those Kaya Vyuha. They're manifesting directly from the Swarup Shakti. But all the Nanda Baba, Yashoda, Sridham, the cows, etc., they're all manifesting from Baladev Prabhu in service to Krishna. So he first manifests as Sankarshan, then it's Mool Sankarshan, then it's Mahasankarshan, these different quadruple expansions. And then it's coming into this Vaikuntha aspect area of manifesting, which is the next sentence going to be described, and being established in the Maya Shakti, he manifests the three Vishnu forms as Karnadakshai, Shiradakshai, and Garbhadakshai. All of these manifestations are supporting those jivas who want to enjoy matter. We are cast into the body of Mahavishnu once we make that decision that, yes, I want to enjoy matter. Bang, then we're inside the body of Mahavishnu. And then we manifest from the body of Mahavishnu through Garbhadakshay Vishnu, and Shiradakshay Vishnu will manifest within us. This is the sequence. When Mahavishnu looks towards Maya, he makes a connection with the Mayic energy. He makes a tangible connection through his glance. Mahavishnu, he makes that connection. He looks at Maya Devi. And by that glance, the whole material cosmic manifestation manifests. By that singular glance. That glance is carried in by Shambhu. And then with time and the jiva are coming into the pradhan, which then becomes the prakriti. And then the whole material manifestation explodes, so to speak. And then the three gunas begin to act on. But this is all coming from the original glance of Mahavishnu towards Maya Devi. So he makes a connection there. My Gurudev used to say there is some slight scent of contamination. This was the word he used in Mahavishnu, because this is his service though. But he does this. So there's some contamination there, because outside of Mahavishnu, in the spiritual realms, in Vaikuntha and Ayodhya, Mathura, etc., the spiritual realms, there is no contamination of Maya at all. But there is some taint, there is some smell, some scent coming from Mahavishnu, because he looks at Maya. It makes a connection. The glance is very powerful. You make a connection when you look at somebody. Here in this material world even, we can relate to that. So he looks at Maya. It makes a connection with the Mayic potency. And then from there, Garbhadakshay Vishnu manifest. And this is all manifesting through the potency of Baladev Prabhu. He's the Vilas Murti form. This is what is described. He manifests his Swarup as his Vilas Murti form of Vishnu, Baladev. So Baladev is Swamsa, avatar. And being established in the Maya Shakti, he manifests the three Vishnu forms, Karnadakshay, Shiradakshay, and Garbhadakshay. Okay? This is the sequence. In his Krishna form in Braj, that's Brajendrananda and Shamsundar, he manifests all the spiritual affairs to the superlative degree, the topmost sweetness of Madhurya. in his Krishna form in Vrindavan. In his Baladev Swarup as Shesha-tattva. Shesha-tattva, I'll just give you the dictionary description of Shesha, because we need to know the meaning of Shesha. Shesha means that which remains. Remains, that's what it means. That which remains, and it comes from the Sanskrit word shishi, because because when the world is destroyed at the end of the kalpa, Shesha remains as he is. So this eternal particle, Shesha, we have Ananta Shesh. So Shesha-tattva is that part that remains after everything else is destroyed. That, in other words, that eternal tattva. So this Shesha-tattva. In his Baladev Swarup, as Shesha-tattva, in his eternal aspect as Shesha-tattva, he manifests Nitya Mukta Parsad Jivas, eternally liberated associates.
It says he manifests eternally liberated associates. In brackets it says Nitya Mukta
Parsad Jivas.
Jivas, yeah, in brackets.
Okay, it's pretty similar. Pretty much the same. Who render 8 types of service to Krishna's Sheshi Tattva Swarup. So I had some discussions with different devotees about what are those 8 types of service. And as of now, I haven't had a conclusive feedback to this. So if anyone can suggest that, but what I understand is that the 9 principles of bhakti, Navada Bhakti. Bhakti means service. So Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu, Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakyam. They are the 9 principal types of service, the 9 principal angas of bhakti. Atmanivedanam is like Sharanagati. This is not actually a service. This is a qualification to perform service. It's like the threshold of bhakti. It's like Bhagavad Gita itself. It is the threshold of bhakti. It is training us to be Sharanagat. Sharanagat by itself is about us surrendering to Krishna. It's not about us doing something for Krishna. It's not an active seva. It's about me becoming qualified for the seva. We have to understand this clearly, because Sharanagati itself is not bhakti. It's the qualification to perform bhakti. We must be Sharanagat to perform bhakti.
It's an attitude.
It's, yes, Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, I've said many times, describes Sharanagati is like getting dressed. Getting dressed is not the purpose of life, but we have to get dressed to perform the activities of life, right? Unless you get dressed, then you just, you can't enact your various duties in this world. So unless we become Sharanagat, we can't begin to perform the angas of bhakti. So when you look at the angas of bhakti, there are 8. Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu, Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Vandanam. These are 8 angas of bhakti, not counting the Atmanivedanam. So I have understood, thinking about this, what are the 8 types of service? It is these 8 types of service. Hearing about Krishna, having kirtan about Krishna, remembering Krishna. This is direct bhakti to Krishna. These are direct services to Krishna. So I'm presenting this, and if anyone has some feedback on this, I would appreciate to hear that. But this is how I have been able to reconcile these 8 types of service to Krishna's Sheshi-tattva Swarup, this eternal aspect of Krishna's Swarup. How can we serve Krishna? By hearing about him, by remembering him, by having kirtan of him, by offering prayers to him, by worshipping his lotus feet. These are the 9 principal activities of bhakti, Navada Bhakti. So if you take out the Sharanagat aspect, the Atmanivedanam, you're left with 8 direct sevas to Krishna. So that's how I've understood this. He manifests 8 types of service to Krishna's Shesha Tattva Swarup. the origin of Jiva-tattva. Yes, Krishna is the origin of this Jiva-tattva. Don't become confused, because we've talked in the 14th chapter how Shakti's doing everything. It seems like all the energies, we're just talking about Krishna's energies, the Chit Shakti, Jiva Shakti. These are all Shaktis, but we're talking about the origin of Shakti. The origin of Shakti is Krishna. That's how we can understand this paragraph, understanding the origin of Krishna. So the origin of Jiva-tattva is Krishna. Again, to Shesharup Sankarshan in Paravyom, he manifests 8 types of servants to render 8 kinds of services as eternally liberated associates of Shesharup Narayan. So what are those eternal services? They are Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu, Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakyam. Those are the 8 principal types of services that can be performed to the Supreme Lord. So those services are performed, and they have personalities who embody those particular sevas. Saying here, he manifests 8 types of servants to render 8 kinds of services. So these servants, the embodiment of these services, hearing about, what do the residents of Vaikuntha do? They hear about Krishna, they glorify Krishna, they honor his lotus feet, they worship his lotus feet, they sing prayers to him, Vandanam. This is what the residents of Vaikuntha do. In Madhurya Dham, it's very, very different, because Krishna is not acting as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So these 8 types of service are not the same. They are submerged, and they are superseded by a much higher loving exchange. In Madhurya, with Brajendranandan Shyam Sundar, but in Vaikuntha, these are the 8 types of services. He manifests 8 types of servants to render 8 kinds of services as eternally liberated associates of Shesharup Narayan. See, we're talking about Narayan. This is in Vaikuntha. Mahavishnu, who is an avatar of Sankarshan. He's coming from Sankarshan. He's an avatar. Avatar means descending from Baladev Prabhu. Situates himself in the Jiva-tattva. Jiva Shakti, sorry, it says here the same. What did I say? Jiva-tattva. Jiva Shakti. Yeah, he manifests himself in the Jiva Shakti, and in his Paramatma Swarup, he manifests the Jivas who have the potential to be involved in the material world. We have the potential. We have the choice. We can either open out that potential and try to enjoy matter, or we can neglect it. It's like, there's another verse, what's that? Kriti sadhya bhavet sadhya bhavsa sadhanabhida. Nitya siddhyasya bhavasya prakritam kriti sadhyate. This prakritam means potential also. We have the potential as conditioned souls to reunite with our spiritual consciousness. We have that potential. Similarly, we have the potential to enjoy Maya. This is what we've been discussing in the Tatashta Shakti. This is what Jiva-tattva is about. Jiva-tattva is about understanding this Tatashta Shakti, that I'm made of this energy. This marginal energy is my constitutional makeup. So I have the potential. I am Chit Shakti, because it's saying that there's no Maya ultimately within the constitution of the Jiva. There's no intrinsic Maya there. But there's the potential for the Jiva to exploit the material energy. It's fascinating.
We made that choice.
Yes. This is what we're discussing, the tattva of all of this. But personally, I find it amazing. It's just incredible how such a set of circumstances have manifested for our purification to come back to our original constitutional place, fully immersed in that chit potency, and leaving this mayic energy far behind. He manifests the jivas who have the potential to be involved in the material world. These jivas are susceptible to the influence of Maya, and unless they attain the shelter of the Hladini Shakti of the Chit Shakti, the Hladini Shakti again is coming from the Chit Shakti. You see on your diagram, the Hladini Shakti is coming from the Chit Shakti. It's coming from that most pure energy. And unless we connect with that Hladini Shakti, then we cannot overcome this Maya. We will be defeated each time. It's also called Bal Shakti. I'll read that again. These jivas are susceptible to the influence of Maya, and unless they attain the shelter of the Hladini Shakti of the Chit Shakti, by Bhagavan's mercy, the possibility of their being defeated by Maya remains. Unless we get Sri Radhika's mercy, ultimately, because Hladini Shakti is the representation of Sri Radhika, unless we get her mercy, and her mercy comes from who? In this world, it comes from Rupa Goswami, who is being empowered by Krishna in the form of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And all our Guru Vargya are all manifestations, Kaya Vyuha, of Sri Radhika. So her mercy is fully available. We're being flooded with her mercy. We're sitting here receiving the mercy of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur for a start. We're surrounded by this Guru Vargya, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Sanatan Goswami, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav. They're all here. Huh? Yes, absolutely. More than even well, our best, supporters on our journey. And they're here in the atmosphere. We simply have, Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, he reasons ill who tells that Vaishnavas die when thou art living still in sound. The Vaishnavas are always present. They're always here. When we build respect, sufficient respect for this holy Dham and what it represents, and these great stalwart personalities have walked through the dust of these holy Dhams, and they've left their atmosphere here, which is they've made themselves available for us through their teachings in particular. Bhaktivinoda Thakur, so much literature he gave us. We can be immersed fully in this. And then he's alive within us. And then he comes to us, within us, very strongly. This is the working of the Chit Shakti. It offsets this Mayic conception. Possibility of being defeated by Maya remains. Unless we get this mercy, yes, the possibility of being defeated by Maya remains. The countless conditioned jivas who have been conquered by Maya are subordinate to the three modes of material nature. Were booted around on the field by these three modes of nature. Bearing all this in mind, the Siddhanta is that it is only the Jiva Shakti and not the Chit Shakti that manifests the Jivas. This is the Siddhanta that's been described in this paragraph. So we've taken a long time to go through this one paragraph because there's many, many points in this paragraph to unpack. So in the ultimate conclusion, this is the Jiva Shakti that we're talking about. This is what it says. I'll read this again. Bearing all this in mind, the Siddhanta is that it's only the Jiva Shakti and not the Chit Shakti that manifests the Jivas. The Chit Shakti is utterly pure. It's like Mahavishnu. He's glancing towards the Mayic energy. So there's some link with Maya there for the pastime to all take place. That has to happen. He's inspired to do that. Nevertheless, he's still Vishnu, but still he's inspired to that. Because this is all manifesting the Jiva-tattva. We're not talking about the Chit Shakti. Chit Shakti is absolutely the pure spiritual world. This is the Jiva Shakti, Shakti in this world. Okay. This is what we have to appreciate. This paragraph is very beautiful. Let's just read what Brajanath thinks about this on the next page. Brajanath, you said earlier that the Chit world is eternal, and so are the Jivas. If this is true, how can an eternal entity possibly be created, manifested, or produced? If it is created at some point of time, it must have been non-existent before that. So how can we accept that it is eternal? So I want to read a little bit of this before we close. We're close to the end here. So Babaji is clearing this point. The time and space that you experience in this material world are completely different from time and space in the spiritual world. Material time is divided into three aspects: past, present, and future. This is material time. However, in the spiritual world, there is only one undivided, eternally present time. Every event in the spiritual world is eternally present. The powerful present, even in this world, if we connect with the powerful present moment, that is the only actual reality. Everything else is a dream for the future or a memory from the past. The only actual reality is the powerful present now. So that's a tiny little example of how in our meditation, if we come into that powerful present, Uddhav, he talks about it in the 11th canto, coming into the powerful present. And then we can have a semblance of an idea of that eternal spiritual reality. So that powerful present. So it's there's no past. Huh?
That conscious sense.
Yes. Because he's asking the question about the jiva being created, but there was no creation for the jiva because the jiva is beyond time and is beyond space. When Mahavishnu glances towards Maya, that seed which is transported by Shambhu is impregnated into Shambhu's wife, Durgama. That seed contains time and the jiva. So prior to that seed, there was no time beyond Mahavishnu. In the spiritual world, in the Paravyom, there is no time. That time is being injected into the material world for our bewilderment. Huh? Seed. It's inside the seed with the jiva. The jiva and time. That's what's impregnated into the Adara Shakti, it's called, of Durgama. So that time wasn't present previously. So the jiva was manifested prior to that. And then he came into the body of Mahavishnu. So his existence is beyond time and space. When he was, you can't even say first manifested, he's eternally present. In the Brahmajyoti, he's always been there. But then he came to this point of making a decision to actually come into the material world. And that's when he came into Mahavishnu. You understand the picture?
Manifested, eternal.
So he's eternal. The jiva is always eternal because he's come from an eternal place. That's why the jiva is eternal.
Then that word manifested, it's kind of like contradictory.
No, he's eternal, but he comes into the body of Mahavishnu, and then it appears that he manifests from the body of Mahavishnu. Yeah, but he's actually, his origin is always eternal because we're from the Chit Shakti. We're not from the Jiva Shakti. We are of Chit. We are absolutely pure spirit souls. That is our ultimate identity. That is our constitution. There's no Maya in the eternal Jiva. The Jiva is eternal, but we've lost our eternal connection and we've come into this temporary world. It's very hard for the Jiva to consider eternality. We can't because we have zero experience of eternality. You've never experienced anything in this world that's eternal. Nothing. Nothing at all. Even a temple, even a murti gets destroyed and so on in time. Everything is destroyed.
Situations change all the
Yes,
time.
so we've had no experience of eternality. And this is why it's not easy to understand Jiva-tattva, because Jiva-tattva has come into this material situation, but the origin is eternal. But it's not easy for us to appreciate that. Listen, I want to stop here because it goes on and becomes thick again. And I think I've already described enough thoughtful paragraphs and writings for us to meditate on for now. So I think we'll stop here, and then we'll start again tomorrow from Babaji's answer on page 340. Trying to remember 340. The time and space that you experience in this material world is completely different from the time and space in the spiritual world. We'll start from there tomorrow. Okay, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Jaiva Dharma ki jai, Anantakota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Gold Premanandi. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Gaura Premanandi. The more we study this Jiva-tattva, the more we read and hear about Jiva-tattva, Maya-tattva, Chit Shakti, the deeper it becomes. Last year, I understood it to this degree. This year, I'm understanding it to this degree. Next year, I'll understand it to a deeper degree. And the following year, I will understand it to a deeper degree. This subject matter is so profound. It's not, yes, I've covered everything. Now I know what is Jiva-tattva. Put it away. It's not like that. It's always evolving. It's always deepening. It's always pushing the boundaries of our consciousnesses. That this whole Krishna consciousness is always opening up newer places in our consciousnesses. This is what the Hare Krishna mantra is capable of doing. It opens up the doors. We only use 1/10 of our consciousnesses now. And this Hare Krishna mantra starts to open all these doors. This is what Jaiva Dharma is doing. So whatever we've understood previously, we were just describing today in the Falshruti, this ivitrata, this astonishing nature of Krishna, this chamatkar, completely astonishing, achintya, inconceivable. Inconceivable doesn't have a limit to it. It's inconceivable. It's heavy with wonder, beyond imagination. This is the nature of inconceivability.
Such contemplation, one can never be bored.
Absolutely, there you got it. You can never be bored. It's always on fire. It's always ecstatic. And it's always, you're getting newer and newer appreciations of a singular truth that you might have considered, oh yes, I understood that 5 years ago, 10 years ago. But how deeply did we understand it? It's like reading Srimad Bhagavatam. Every page of the Bhagavatam takes us into another world. Every page of the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it takes us into a newer horizon, a newer vision. That's the nature of Krishna consciousness. It's always expanding. It's always growing. It has to be, because it's founded on the quality of love. And love has no boundaries. Pure love is endless. Anandam buddhi vardhanam is described. It's unlimited. This love is unlimited. What does unlimited mean? It has no limitation. We think of the ocean, but the ocean has a certain depth. the ocean is limited, but this spiritual ocean is unlimited. So we're purifying our consciousnesses to accept that unlimited dynamic. And we need courage because it challenges all our previous material mindsets. They all have to, this dharma, artha, karma, moksha, this has to be shaken free from our, oh, this is good, this is right, this is correct, this is right, this is right. All material considerations, but actually all of, like the gopis, young, 15, 16-year-old girls, running alone to visit a man in the forest who wasn't their husband? Unheard of. What sort of dharma did they have to break to do that? And yet this is considered the highest conception of love. This is the example of the gopis. So what to speak of our various holding on to various conceptions of truthfulness, etc., that we have conceived in this material world. They also have to be purified. It's a journey. It's a wonderful journey. Srila Gurudev ki jai, Jaiva Dharma ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Rupa Nuga Guru Varga ki jai, Anantakota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Gold Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. So now we come to page 340, and I'll just reiterate what Brajanath's question is. We're not going to race through this chapter. I don't think we can race through this chapter. The precepts and what Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying and sharing is so profound. And in order to catch that, we need to carefully examine every single sentence that he's saying to get the full import of his gift of this Jiva-tattva. So Brajanath says, you said earlier that the Chit world is eternal, and so are the Jivas. If this is true, how can an eternal entity possibly be created, manifested, or produced? Yes, if it's eternal, how can there be a question of creation or destruction if it's eternal? If it is created at some point of time, it must have been non-existent before that. So how can we accept that it is eternal? It's a wonderful question. It's a wonderful, we are eternal. But we reference when the jiva was first manifested, we use these terminologies. This is what he'll explain. So Babaji, the time and space that you experience in this material world are completely different from time and space in the spiritual world. Material time is divided into three aspects: past, present, and future. However, in the spiritual world, there is only one undivided, eternally present time. Every event of the spiritual world is eternally present, the powerful present. This is how Bhagavatam refers to this. Whatever we say or describe in the material world is under the jurisdiction of material time and space. So when we say the jivas were created, the spiritual world was manifested, or there was no influence of Maya in creating the form of the jivas, material time is bound to influence our language and our statements because we're materially conditioned souls. We can't speak in any other language. We can only speak in this material way. This is inevitable in our conditioned state. So we cannot remove the influence of material time from our descriptions of the atomic jiva and spiritual objects. Very simple. The conception of past, present, and future always enters into them in some way or another. Still, those who can discriminate properly can understand the application of the eternal present when they comprehend the purport of the descriptions of the spiritual world. If we immerse ourselves in the descriptions of the spiritual world we were describing yesterday, you actually forget about this material world. If you completely absorb yourself in a particular pastime in Vrindavan fully, if you read Srimad Bhagavatam, if you read some of the Gits of the Bhagavatam in the 10th canto, and you fully absorb your mind in there for hours even, you actually leave this material world completely. We should practice this daily as much as possible. Baba, be very careful in this matter. Now he's cautioning Rajanath. Give up the inevitable baseness or the aspect of the description that is fit to be rejected and have spiritual realization. Don't keep referencing everything to this material experience.
It's different here.
Oh, what does it say?
It says,
Take the
Baba,
microphone.
be
Take the
very
microphone. Here.
careful.
Take the microphone. Speak.
Baba, be very careful in this matter. Abandon the inescapable limitations of words and have spiritual realization.
Well, it's basically saying the same.
Yeah, same but different.
There's no difference really. I don't know why it's been changed. There's different types of editors. Some editors want to put their own bhav into the text, but
Same meaning but
yeah.
different words combination.
But I'll read it again from here. This is the 2009 edition, just to make it clear. Give up the inevitable baseness or the aspect of the description that is fit to be rejected and have spiritual realization. In other words, don't base your perception of life on the material stamp of approval. If the materialists say, oh, we should go to war, we should do this, we should do that, does that mean that you're going to fully support their crazy demonic ideas and so on? Where are we taking our normal, rational direction from? We're not taking it from this material world. Neither are we taking it from the demands of the material body, nor the material mind. So it goes through gradations. Gradually, we're severing ourselves from faith and belief in the nimitic experience, the temporary material experience, and trying to bring ourselves more to a consistent spiritual appreciation of our eternal nature in seva to Radha and Krishna, or Srimati Radhika and her Sakhis, particularly her Manjaris, who are our Guru Varga. If we stay tucked in nicely to their lotus feet and follow their direction, their norm, not what the general populace say. We've said many times, 3 billion drunks are not necessarily right. They might all be saying, yes, 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 it's red, it's red, it's red. But actually it's blue. But they're all drunk, so they're seeing it red. So why should we follow that material viewpoint or vision? Understand from Shastra, then we'll be safe. Mahajan, what's that? Mahajan, Yato? Anyway, all Vaishnavas say that the Jiva is an eternal Mahajana Yena Sata Panta. All Vaishnavas say that the Jiva is an eternal servant of Krishna. All Vaishnavas say this. So we're following the Vaishnava Dharma. That his eternal nature is to serve Krishna and that he is not bound by Maya. He's not bound physically by Maya. It's our desire to be attracted to Maya. We've said this so many times. Sometimes we're crying out, oh, Maya's giving me such a hard time. That's completely fictitious. We are choosing to embrace Maya. I'm holding onto the tree and I'm crying out, let go, let go. Who's holding? I'm holding it. It's crazy. We've become crazy. Yeah. And we have to own up to our craziness to become not crazy. As long as we hold on to the fact that I'm not crazy, but actually I am, then I'm still crazy. We have to face it and own it. Bound by Maya, because he has forgotten that eternal nature. I'll read that again. All Vaishnavas say that the Jiva is an eternal servant of Krishna, that his eternal nature is to serve Krishna, and that he is now bound by Maya because he has forgotten that eternal nature. Yes, we've forgotten. We never actually knew it, But forgotten is another word. It's the only word that can be used to describe our predicament. Because internally, there is a connection, but we've forgotten that. We're just using the word again. Bhaktivinoda Thakur will describe. It's like, for example, if an Indian family moved to England and they have a child, and the child reaches the age of 18 years old. He's never been to India before, but the parents say to him, now you're coming home, back to India, back to he's never been there before, but he's going back home. And they say, yes, you've forgotten what India was like. He's never actually experienced it, but still it's within him. It's his nature to be Indian, so he'll come back and remember like that. However, everyone knows that the jiva is an eternal entity of which there are two types, Nitya Mukta and Nitya Baddha. The subject has been explained in this way only because the conditioned human intellect being controlled by pramad. What does pramad mean? Madness or illusion. That's what it means.
Illusion, yeah.
Inattentiveness is saying very kindly here, inattentiveness. But it means like, pagali. Is unable to comprehend a subject matter. I'll read that again. The subject has been explained in this way only because the conditioned human intellect, being controlled by pramad, inattentiveness, is unable to comprehend a subject matter. Realized sadhaks, though, experience transcendental truth through their chit samadhi. Chit samadhi. That means they enter the consciousness of chit, of pure consciousness. Then they realize the truth. Maybe I should change my book. Spiritual trance. Okay, well, chit samadhi. Our words always have some material limitation because they're material. So whatever we say will have some mayic defects. My dear son, you should always endeavor to realize the pure truth. Logic and argument cannot help at all in this regard. So it is futile to use them to try to understand inconceivable subject matters. Inconceivable subject matters, and you're trying to use material rationale and logic to understand inconceivable. Oh, but the newspapers say this, so I should follow that. Oh, but society is saying this, so I should be influenced by that. Oh, the general law books of the material world are saying that, so I should follow that. I should have that as my premise. No, that won't rip the veil of illusion from our eyes. We have to leave that whole material mayic conception. That's called naimitic dharma. Naimitic dharma is the temporary dharma. We have to leave the temporary material dharma. And I've said before, not necessarily externally. We have to go about our social behaviors, etc., play the game on the stage of our karmas, etc. But internally, we should be appreciating this detachment from matter. That even means my family. That means my identity as a son, as a brother, as a husband, as a father, etc. All those identities are naimitic. They're all temporary. They're not permanent. We are spirit, soul, servant of Krishna. This is permanent. Everything else is temporary. So it's a deep, deep, deep thing that we're in process of appreciating and purifying. I know that you will not be able to understand these subjects in a moment. This is what we're just saying. But you cultivate these transcendental moods within your heart. That's exactly what I'm saying. Within your heart, not externally, but within your heart. Begin the process of rehabilitating the degraded consciousness to coming to a higher, purified state of consciousness, which has nothing to do with this material world. Don't try and bring your spiritual realizations into this material world necessarily. You get a spiritual epiphany. You wake up, wow, I must write this on Facebook and tell everyone about it. Who's going to relate to it? It's not going to make any difference. We need to be somewhat confidential. It's a confidential truth. So take these, we should understand what is confidentiality. Work in this direction. within your pure heart, you will realize Chinmoy Bhav more and more. Yes, if you hold it within the heart, you'll realize Chinmoy, this transcendental Bhav, more and more. In other words, all the transcendental moods will manifest themselves in the core of your purified heart. Your body is material, and all the activities of your body are also material. But the essence of your being is not material. You are an atomic conscious entity. The more you know yourself, the more you will be able to realize how your Swarup is a tattva superior to the world of Maya. How beautiful. How beautiful. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is giving us this absolute picture. Even if I tell you, you will not realize it. You can't confront someone who's in Maya and say, hey, brother, you're in Maya. No, I'm not. You know, we'll just defend ourselves, defend the Mayic some way or another. We'll even present a Mayavad proposal to defend my Maya. That's what the Mayavadis do. Because I don't want to be stripped from my illusion. I like my illusion. It makes me taste. There was a video a long time ago called The Matrix. And in that video, it's a very true description that there's a group that are outside of Maya, so to speak, and a group that are in Maya. And one person outside of Maya, he wants to go back into Maya. And he's saying how much he wants to enjoy the taste, of food again, even though it's a dream. It's not a reality, but he's trying to enjoy it. How is it possible?
The blue pill.
The blue pill or the red pill? Yeah. It's there. It's showing us. It's a good analogy. Even if I tell you, you will not realize it, or simply by hearing, you will not attain it. It's a cultivation. Cultivate the practice of chanting Harinam as much as possible. As you go on chanting Harinam, these transcendental bars will begin to manifest in your heart automatically. And to the degree that they do so, you will be able to realize the transcendental world. How sublime is Bhaktivinoda Thakur's words. Mind and speech both have their origin in matter. Mind and speech in matter, not in the spiritual world. And they cannot touch the transcendental truth, even with the greatest endeavor. You can sit in the Himalayas, stand on one toe, do all these kind of things. You still can't crack the gates of transcendence. Only by mercy, only by that descending process. We are hungry for the mercy, for the links. They're throwing the ropes. The ropes are all around us to get hold of. Our defect is our weakness in holding. We might catch a rope and then let it go again. Catch it, then let it go again. We need to catch it and hold tight. That means we need to regulate our lives around a proper spiritual diet. A diet of Harinam, a diet of absorption in Shastra, a diet of association with devotees, a diet of visiting the holy dhams and holy places, a diet of our worship of the Thakurji, etc. The 5 angas of bhakti. It's sadhu sangha, nam kirtan. What is it? Not sadhu sangha, nam kirtan, Bhagavat Shravanam. Was that one?
Deity worship.
Yes, Sri Murtiya Sevaya. These 5. Yes. So Sadhu Sangha, Nam Kirtan, Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavat Murtiya Sevaya. That's 4. I missed one.
Sastra.
Nam Kirtan. The most important.
Yes.
Sadhu Sangha, Nam Kirtan, Bhagavat Shravanam, Sri Murtiya Sevaya. I didn't say this verse for a long time. I'll get it properly. Okay. Actually, I'm just going to look it up now, so I can not make any mistakes. Starts off with Sadhu Sangha Nam Kirtan. Sadhu Sangha Nam Kirtan. Where is it? 249. It's the middle of summer here. I'm just telling the people who are watching, and it's something like 42 degrees outside. It's no excuse, but Sadhu Sangha Nam Kirtan Bhagavat Shravanam Mathuravas Sri Murtaya Shradaya Seva. That these are the 5 principal angas of devotion that we should be resolutely holding on to daily, reminding ourselves of that. So, the Vedas say in the Taittiriya Upanishad, Yato Varcha Nirvartante Arapaya Manasa Saha. Aprapya Manasa Saha. The speech and the mind return from Brahm, being able to attain him. That means that speech and the mind, you cannot attain the Lord just by words or by the mind. It's by absolute devotion, the deepest devotion conceivable, and it gets deeper and deeper. I advise you not to inquire about this matter from anyone, but to realize it yourself. I have just given you an indication. It's not for debate. There's no need to put debates up in different places on these topics. We can discuss our personal realizations with our confidential friends, etc., our associates, but it's not, these subject matters aren't for debate. This is cast in, this is Siddhanta. It's not up for debating about. If you don't understand it, that's usually when you want to debate about it and find some loop and hole with it, find some defect in it or something like that. Don't do that. This is what Babaji is saying. Don't try and look for any material defect. Brajanath, you have explained that the jiva is like a spark of a burning fire or an atomic particle in the rays of the spiritual sun. What is the role of Jiva Shakti in this? So Jiva Shakti is different from Chit Shakti. Jiva Shakti is coming from Chit Shakti. You remember the diagram yesterday? Babaji, Krishna, who in these examples, did I read that whole question?
Yes, you do.
No. Krishna, in these examples, is compared to the blazing fire or the sun, is a self-manifest tattva. We're talking about Krishna, Shaktiman. Within the compass of that blazing fire or sun, in other words, Krishna, everything is a spiritual manifestation because it's Krishna. And the rays spread far and wide beyond its sphere. These rays are the fractional function, the anukarya of the Swarup Shakti. So the rays are the energy, the Shakti of the original sun. Krishna is like the sun, and it's inspiring the rays, the Swarup Shakti. And the rays within the fractional function are paramanu, atomic particles. He's painting a picture here for us. The particles within the rays of the sun are the jivas. So you're having the rays coming out from the sun. That's like Sri Radhika, that's like the Swarup Shakti, the rays. And within the rays, there is the Jiva Shakti, the Paramanu, within the rays of the spiritual sun. The jivas are composed of this very localized atomic tattva. Swarup Shakti manifests the world within the sphere of the spiritual sun. Swarup Shakti, that's Shakti Tattva, is manifesting from the sun. It's like the heat is coming from the fire. The heat is the Shakti. The fire is like the sun. So it's coming from the origin of the sun, which is Krishna. And the function outside the sphere of the sun is carried out by Jiva Shakti. So outside the sphere of the sun is Jiva Shakti. We're not the same as Swarup Shakti or Chit Shakti. We're Jiva Shakti. It's an emanation from the Swarup Shakti. This is what it's saying here very clearly, which is the direct partial representation of Chit Shakti. We are a representation of that Chit Shakti. Therefore, the activities related to the Jiva are those of Jiva Shakti. Parasya Shaktiya Vidvadaiva Suryate. The Achintya Shakti is called Parashakti. Although it is one, this innate potency, Swabhaviki Shakti, has manifested varieties based on Gyan, spiritual knowledge, Bal, spiritual strength, and Kriya, spiritual activities. So this Gyan is like the, yes, okay. So the Svetashvara Upanishad 6.8 is saying like this. According to this aphorism of Shruti, the Chit Shakti is a manifestation of the Parashakti. The Parashakti is the initial Shakti. If you look at that diagram, you'll see it's headed Parashakti, the supreme energy. And from that supreme energy is manifesting the Chit Shakti. And from the Chit Shakti is manifesting the Jiva Shakti. So there's a separateness here. Although the Jivas within the Jiva Shakti have the same qualities as the Chit Shakti. We'll discuss this in a moment. According to this aphorism of Shruti, the Chit Shakti is a manifestation of the Parashakti. It emanates from its own sphere, the spiritual realm. I think by hearing these topics, our respect and appreciation for the spiritual realm will increase. It'll show us our defective vision now of just seeing this material world. But the more we hear about the spiritual world, the more faith we will have in that state of being, that consciousness, that spiritual reality. It emanates from its own sphere, the spiritual realm, as the Jiva Shakti, and in the marginal region between the spiritual and the material worlds, it manifests innumerable eternal Jivas who are like atomic particles in the rays of the spiritual sun. So there's a very powerful paragraph we've just read, but in principle, it's demonstrating that the particles within the rays, this is the position of the Jiva, and those rays are emanating from the Swarup Shakti, which is emanating from the Shaktiman Krishna directly. This is the sequence, so to speak, that is being pulled out here. There's Krishna. Actually, there's Krishna, and they're what are called Swamsa. There's Krishna and Krishna's own manifestations from his own body, but those are manifesting from Swarup Shakti. And then there are the Vibhinamsa Tattva. This is the Jivas. We're separated. Vibhinamsa means separated parts. We are separated from the son of Krishna, from the Swarup Shakti. There's a separation here. That's our position. We just accept it. Rajanath, a burning fire, the sun, sparks, and the atomic particles of sunshine, these are all material objects. Why has a comparison been made with these material objects in the discussion of Chit-tattva? So we've already had this question answered before, but as I said at the beginning of today, Bhaktivinoda Thakur has to repeat again and again. So now he's going to repeat again. Babaji, as I have already said, you see, he's already said it, inevitably there are material defects in any material statements we make about Chit-tattva. But what alternative do we have? We are obliged to use these examples because we are helpless without them. Therefore, those who know tattva try to explain Chit Vastu by comparing it to fire or the sun. In reality, Krishna is far superior to the sun. Krishna's effulgence is far superior to the radiance of the sun. So in other words, these material examples fall short because Krishna's actual reality is much, 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 much greater than these material. But we're trying to get our intelligence to appreciate the nature of this situation. Krishna is far superior to the sun. Krishna's effulgence is far superior to the radiance of the sun, and Krishna's rays and the atoms in them, that is the Jiva Shakti and the Jivas, are far superior to the rays of the sun and the atomic particles in the rays. Still, these examples have been used because they are many similarities within them. Actually, we're reading this carefully, but when we finish this chapter, when we've absorbed the whole truth of this chapter, and if we've captured something of it, and we have it all in context, completely together, then it's so much more comprehensive. It's so much more easier to understand when we actually, because Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he's on a journey here. He's opening out gradually. When you see the conclusion, then everything previously makes a lot more sense. So we just must continue. Even if we don't fully understand everything initially, it'll become clearer and clearer and clearer as we move on. Don't break our material brains to try and understand it, but just use our dedicated devotional moods to appreciate these truths. You can't understand it with your intelligence, but with your devotional sentiments, you can accept it and begin the journey towards realization of it. Examples can explain some of the spiritual qualities, but not all. The beauty of the sun's light and the ability of its rays to illuminate other objects are both qualities that compare with the Jiva-tattva, for it is the quality of spirit to reveal its own beauty and to illuminate other objects. So this is very wonderful. The quality of spirit is to reveal its own beauty and to illuminate other objects. However, the scorching heat in the sun rays has no counterpart in Chid-vastu. There's no defect in Chid-vastu. Nor does the fact that the rays are material. Again, if we say, this milk is like water, we are only considering the liquid quality of water in the comparison. Otherwise, if all the qualities of water were present in milk, why would the water not become milk? So logically presented. Example can explain certain specific qualities of an object, but not all of its qualities and traits. So we're discussing, Brajana's asked the question about why we're referencing material objects to describe spiritual phenomena. We have no other choice. We've only got material tools to use. Brajanath, the spiritual rays of the transcendental Krishna sun and the spiritual atoms within those rays are non-different from the sun, yet at the same time they are eternally different from it. How can both these facts be true simultaneously? This is very beautiful. We've actually reached the end of our time. I don't really want to answer this question now because it'll take us at least 10-15 minutes. So I'm just going to read this question again, and we're going to open this question tomorrow. Brajanath, the spiritual rays of the transcendental Krishna sun and the spiritual atoms within those rays are non-different from the sun. So the rays, it's like a fire. The illumination of the fire is like the fire. When you say the fire, you include the heat and the illumination. That's what you're referencing. Or a candle. You say, oh, there's a candle burning over there. That means the flame, the heat, and the light. So they're all one in that sense. But they, in an analytical context, they can be broken down, and we can say the light and the heat and the flame. There's a distinction. So Krishna is like the light. He's like the flame. That's the origin. And then there's the heat, which is like the Shakti. This is like Radha. And then you have the effulgence. And within the rays of that effulgence are the tiny atomic jivas. So we are definitely separated from the flame of the candle. In that's called vibhinamsa. That's called separated. So that's our tattvic siddhantic position. We're separated from we're not Krishna, in other words. All of this is showing us that we're not God, but we are like God because we're coming from that potency. We're coming through the Swarup Shakti. So we have these qualities that are in a minute degree similar, just like we give the example many times. If you take a spoonful of water from the ocean, the the constituents of the water are the same in the spoonful as in the whole ocean, but the quantity is so distinct and different. This is what Bhaktivinoda Thakur will talk about. Actually, tomorrow we will discuss this point.
Separated from the origin,
Yes,
from the source.
we are. And what is the separation? What is it? What is the key? What is the link? It's actually love. That's why it's all so beautiful, because it's love that makes the connection. It's attraction and affection that makes the connection. This is tattva, but the actual lila is the sweetness that's going to melt the heart ultimately. The tattva will put us on track intelligently, but it's the lila ultimately which the heart is hankering for, the sweetness, the love, the relationship, that sambandha with Krishna in affection. That's what's going to emancipate us from this material condition in the end. That's the current of devotion. It all has to come back to devotion. Bhaktyamam abhijananti yavan yaschasmi tattvaha. I can only be understood by pure devotion. There's nothing else. So this is where we're rolling through, and we're hearing the description of our predicament right now. When we have it graphically mapped out like this, then we can become somewhat detached from this material veil of illusion, because we know it's not real, because we know where its origin and source are coming from. So with knowledge, we can cut this illusion. Om agina timirandasya gyananjala shalakaya chakshush unmalitam jina. With the sword of knowledge, this will cut the illusion. So tomorrow we'll continue. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur Ki Jai. He is so merciful, giving us the full thing. He's not trying. You might read some different spiritual directions and books, and sometimes people try to sort of water things down. They don't give you the whole picture. Bhaktivinoda Thakur, even though it's a difficult topic, I've said before, this is PhD study. It's not something that's just going to drop off the page. And even if we have some understanding of it, we need deep spiritual realization of it. And that takes time and practice. It's all a process of developing our higher state of consciousness. Bhaktivinoda Thakur Ki Jai. Anantakota Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Go Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Okay, so we come to the bottom of page 343. 343. The last question. I'll just read the question again by Brajanath. The spiritual rays of the transcendental Krishna sun and the spiritual atoms within the rays, you see the rays are like the Chit Shakti, and the distinction, yet there's a similarity. Distinction there. The other distinction is independence. There's the spiritual rays in the transcendental Krishna sun, spiritual atoms within those rays are non-different from the sun. Yet at the same time, they are eternally different from it. How can both these facts be true simultaneously? So this requires a transcendental state of consciousness to appreciate, for example, an object that is moving and not moving simultaneously. What do we call it? We've been saying it so many times. Achintya Shakti, this inconceivable potency of Krishna. He can make universes, destroy them, and make them again in a second. This is complete to us. And when we accept that inconceivable potency, that Krishna can do anything, it's like, for example, Krishna drinking his mother's milk, and Mother Yashoda begins to tell Krishna, "Oh, milk, Kirsaga, and ocean," he thinks. And Mother Yashoda says, "Oh no, this is manifested by the Supreme Lord." And then she describes, if Krishna is able to transform grass milk in the stomach of a cow, isn't that miraculous? He can do that. This is Krishna, 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 the inconceivable Krishna. Transforms grass into milk through the digestive system of a cow. So speak of just manifesting an ocean of milk. Then Krishna begins to inquire, who is this person who's doing this? She says, oh, his name is Narayan. Krishna, he's asking. And he starts to smile. But this is like the Leela. But understand the inconceivable aspect of Krishna himself. So Babaji is answering this. In the material world, when one object is produced from another, either the product is completely different from its source, or else it remains a part of it. Okay? I'll just read that again. The product is completely different from its source, or else it remains a part of it. Bhaktivinoda Thakur will elaborate. This is the nature of material objects. For example, an egg becomes separate from the mother bird once it is laid. So now it's separate. Whereas a person's nails and hair remain part of the body until they are cut. So they're both manifesting from the body. One is separate, but one is still attached to the body. So they're different. Even though they are produced from this body. However, the nature of Chidvastu is somewhat different. Whatever has manifested from the spiritual sun is simultaneously one with it and different from it. The rays of the sun and the atomic particles in the rays are not separate from the sun, even after they have emanated from it. So the rays and the particles within the sun, they're not separate from it, even though they're a part of it. Okay? I think these conceptions, as we said yesterday, they stretch our consciousnesses. Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he's like a doctor. He's working an operation for us. He's literally opening the doors of our deeper sensibilities in our consciousnesses. Literally. How amazing. Like a magician, he's doing that. The rays of the sun and the atomic particles in the rays are not separate from the sun, even though they have emanated from it. Similarly, the rays of Krishna's Swarup and the atoms in those rays, that is Jiva-shakti. Jiva-shakti are the atoms. They're not directly the Chit-shakti, they're the atoms. We said that already. That is, the Jiva-shakti and the Jivas are not separate from him, even though they are produced from him. They're not separate. We said yesterday this word, vibhinamsa. Vibhinamsa means separated parts. So we're separated from Krishna, yet at the same time, we have a portion of Krishna within us. We are connected with Krishna. We have that essential Chit Shakti potential within us so that we can perform loving pastimes with Krishna. That's the purpose of having that. So that it's all, I said at the beginning, it's all about love. We have to keep coming back to this baseline of love and affection. Then it's much more easy to appreciate, because it's not about gyan. It's not about the head and the mind trying to grapple with these conceptions, but it's actually about the heart trying to connect with the Supreme Lord. Because they have the, I start back. At the same time, although the jivas are non-different, sorry, what do you say? There. At the same time, although the jivas are non-different from Krishna, they are also eternally different and separate from him, because they have their own minute particle of independent desires. This is so essential in the arena of love. Again, it's this ras, it's this relationship which has priority. This is the principle, is this relationship, this loving relationship. Because they have their own minute particle of independent desires. Therefore, the jiva's difference and non-difference from Krishna is an eternal truth. It's an eternal truth. The similarity and the difference are eternal truths. This is the special feature of the Chit realm. The Chit realm, the transcendental realm. The sages gave a partial example from our experience of inert matter. Yes, we have experience of inert matter. Suppose you cut a small piece of gold from a large piece and use it to make a bangle. From the perspective of the gold, the bangle is not different from the original piece of gold, right? They are non-different. However, from the perspective of the bangle, the two are different from each other. So the bangle is different from the block of gold, but at the same time, from the gold's perspective, they're the same because they're both gold. Understand the distinction? The bangle is different from the block of gold, isn't it? So it's just that appreciation of similarity, but distinction, but difference. However, from the perspective, yes, this example, however, from the perspective of the bangle, the two are different from each other. This example is not a completely correct representation of Jiva-tattva, but it illustrates the important aspect. From the point of view of Jiva-tattva, there is no difference between Ishvara and the Jiva, whereas from the perspective of state and quantity, these two are eternally different, right? The block of gold and the bangle are eternally different. Ishvara is complete Chit, whereas the Jiva is atomic Chit. Ishvara is great, whereas the Jiva is insignificant. Some people give the example of Gata Akash and Maha Akash, the sky in the pot and the unlimited sky. So this Gata Akash is the reflection of the sky inside a pot, and the Maha Akash is the great sky that we can see. So in one sense, there's no difference because they're both the sky. One is reflecting and one is external. But they are different because that one in the pot is tiny. It's minute, whereas the great sky is enormous. So this is an example that they use in Nyaya Shastra. But this example is completely inconsistent with regard to Jiva-tattva. So still we're using language to try and appreciate the difference and non-difference between the Jiva and Krishna. This is what Bhaktivinoda Thakur's taking great pains to discuss. Generally, these topics are not usually discussed in an assembly of devotees that are just having, say, a Bhagavatam class or something of that nature. We're going in depth into Jiva-tattva here. We're going into the core root of it for our experience. So, Brajanath, if transcendental entities and material objects belong to completely different categories, how can material objects be used as appropriate examples for understanding transcendental entities? He's actually, this is the third time he's asking this question, right? For us. Babaji, there are different categories of material objects, and the pundits of the Nyaya school consider them eternal. However, there is no such categorical difference between the Chit, transcendental, and Jad, material. I have already said that Chit is the only reality, and Jad is simply a transformation. It's a transformation of the eternal reality. It's still a part of that reality because it's a transformation, but it's not the same anymore because it is a transformation, but it's still coming from the same object, and it's called vikar. Vikar, transformation. That's what vikar means. This vikar, kara means to do. Vi means separately. It's having a transformation from its original manifestation. It's transforming. Vikar. The vikar is different from the original source, but it is still similar to the pure original object in many respects. For example, ice is a transformation, a vikar of water, and it becomes different from water through the transformation. But the two remain similar in many of their qualities, such as coldness. Hot and cold water do not both have the quality of coldness, but their quality of fluidity is the same. Does it say fluidity or liquidity? We could use liquidity either in that fluidity. Therefore, the transformed object certainly retains some similarity to the pure object. According to this principle, the transcendental chit world can be understood to some extent with the help of material examples. So he's explaining these material examples, but they're not exact. This is what Bhaktivinoda Thakur said. But it gives us an idea. Again, by adopting the logic of Arundat Darshan, this Arundhati Darshan, if you want to see a very tiny star, then called the Arundhati star, there's another star close by that you can put on the telescope to see the larger star first, and then you'll get an idea where the smaller star will be. So it's pointing us in the right direction for our thought process to start to appreciate the vast distinction between Ishvara and the Jiva and the similarities, because the similarities have to be there also to appreciate the whole picture, because we're not entirely separate from Krishna. We're Vibhinamsa, we're separated parts, but at the same time we're connected through love and affection. That's what cements the affection, the connection rather. Again, by adopting the logic of Arundhati Darshan, one can use material examples to understand something about the spiritual nature. So he's being very patient with Brajanath. Krishna's pastimes are completely spiritual, and there is not even the slightest scent of material mood in them. The Braja Leela described in Srimad Bhagavatam is transcendental, but when the descriptions are read in an assembly, the fruits of hearing them are different according to the respective qualifications of the various listeners. And we remember the beautiful story of Gokarna. Gokarna was speaking the Bhagavatam, and his brother Dundukari, he was in a ghost's body, and he knew that by listening to this Srimad Bhagavatam was going to liberate him from his ghost's body. And there was a huge assembly of other people listening to the Bhagavatam simultaneously. Gokarna was chanting the Bhagavatam, and at the end of 7 days, a Vaikuntha plane landed and took this Dundukari, who was a very sinful person, back to Vaikuntha from hearing the Srimad Bhagavatam. Then all the assembly audience, they proclaimed, why not us? We also heard. But they didn't hear with the same intensity as this ghost heard. This ghost was experiencing the horrors of a ghost body. Actually, he had been killed by having a fire pushed into his mouth. So his whole mouth was in great pain. In a ghost's body, he was experiencing the memory of that pain, the impression of that pain. But that's the pastime that's described in the Srimad Bhagavatam Mahatmya chapter 4, which is very, very beautiful. We can post that on our WhatsApp thread. But this Dundukari, he went back to Vaikuntha. And then Gokarna, he's asking those residents who are from Vaikuntha, why not the other assembly? Why not everyone else in the assembly? And the Vaikuntha-vasis responded, because they didn't listen with the same intensity. So all those people listening, they assembled again a month later, and they had the same reading, but this time They all gave their 100% attention, their 100% of focus to everything that Gokarna was saying about the Bhagavatam. And then a huge Vaikuntha plane came and took the whole assembly back to Vaikuntha, because they had understood the fixed purpose, the intensity of their listening. So it's describing here that when someone is speaking Harikatha, say 1,000 people are speaking Harikatha, there's going to be 1,000 different impressions of that Harikatha, interpreted by each person according to their adhikar, according to their eligibility. Some will be on fire, some will not be on fire, some will be in the middle, etc., according to our qualification. So it's not all one in that sense. We all have complete individuality. Appreciating the ornamental figures of speech from the mundane perspective, those who are absorbed in material sense gratification hear it as a story of an ordinary hero and heroine. Some people hear Radha and Krishna's pastimes like an ordinary boy and heroine, right? The Madhyam Adhikaris take shelter of Arundhati Darshan Nyaya. That means they understand that the supreme objective of my seva is Radha and Krishna. So I'm hearing that to try to connect with that supreme absolute reality. I'm not on that level yet, the Madhyam, but still I have great, great faith that by hearing the pastimes of Radha and Krishna, I will quickly come to that level of developing my relationship with Radha and Krishna. That's the Madhyam. And experience the transcendental pastimes, which are similar to mundane descriptions. Yes, I mean, all the descriptions are similar to mundane descriptions, because you can't give the codes of transcendental language in the Shastra except through subtleties. It's called parokshvad. These subtleties is what the consciousness becomes trained to discern when he's reading, to connect him to the various codes of special blissful openings of consciousness, of windows, just like Rupa Goswami when we read his remarkable pastimes that he's writing about Golok, Gokul, and Golok. Then by immersing ourselves in the beauty and sweetness of Rupa Goswami's writings, then we start to, like he writes this beautiful verse, Tunde Tandavani Ratim Vitnute Tandavali Labdya, that there's this holy name, it dances within the mouth with such a taste that one wants to have 1,000,000 mouths to experience it. How beautiful is that expression? And then the ear wants to hear the sound vibration of that name. And then one desires to have 1,000,000 ears. But what sort of moods is Rupa Goswami writing this? What ornamental language is he gifting to us to open this door? Just to think about, when we chant the holy name, does it dance in our mouths? Is it dancing, that sound vibration, that name itself? Is it dancing in the mouth to inspire us to want to have 1,000,000 mouths to taste it? This is Shuddhanam. So Rupa Goswami, you see, he can write like that. And when the practitioner meditates on these descriptions, then he can begin the journey towards that transcendental state slowly by the writings. Okay. Where are we? Oh, and when the Uttam Adhikari Bhaktas hear the descriptions of these pastimes, they become absorbed in the rasa of pure transcendental Chidvilas. They just become enraptured, which is above all mundane qualities. So they lose all mundane connection. The absolute truth is aprakrit tattva. So how can we educate the jivas about it without taking help of the principles that I have just described? How can you describe this transcendental realm beyond even the subtle world, beyond the astral world? How can you describe it in words and language? We have to use the similarities of mundane language to inspire the appreciation of it. Can the conditioned soul understand a subject that renders the voice dumb and stops the working of the mind? This verse that I've just quoted, Tunde Tandavani Ratim Vidnute Tandavali Labdya, that Rupa Goswami writes, he says at the end of this verse that by this chanting of the holy name, the senses are rendered dumb. The mind is collapses because the mind is material, and you go into a spiritual state of ecstasy by the sound vibration of the holy name. So he writes like that for our inspiration. I read that again. Can the conditioned jiva understand a subject that renders the voice dumb and stops the working of the mind? We're so attached to our minds and our apparent smartness in understanding things. But actually, at the end, with the transcendental experience, the mind is rendered dumb. It's not operating. But there's a fund of Sangvit Shakti. That Sangvit Shakti is that knowledge Shakti has manifested. And when it mixes with the Hladini Shakti in the heart, the sweetness, the speciality of Swarup Shakti, then the bliss of that Chit Shakti will manifest for the Jiva. There doesn't appear to be any method of explaining these subjects other than the principle of similarity and the logic of Arundhati Darshan. So this Arundhati Darshan is described in a footnote at the end. So I'll just read it very quickly. Arundhati is a very small star which is situated close to the Vashishtya star in the Saptarishi constellation, the Great Bear. In order to view it, its location is first determined by looking at a bigger star beside it. Then if one looks carefully, one can see Arundhati close by. Similarly, the Madhyam Adhikari, although taking help from the senses and the language of the material world in describing the spiritual world, realizes and sees the apricot tattva after having applied the anjan, ointment of prem to the eyes of bhakti. That means devotion. When devotion is applied in the heart, then these subject matters become very clear, very easily. They're not slightly complex. Actually, we don't even think about them. It's exactly like a musician who's studying all the notes, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the minors and majors, etc., etc. The whole language of music is vast. All the quavers, semiquavers, etc., etc., the tals, the various beats, and so on. It's incredibly intrinsic. But once you're playing it, you don't even think about it anymore. Your heart is just singing, but your heart has come in touch with the um, highest conception of music if you study it carefully. So it doesn't make any faults because it knows the various faults that can be made, etc. We have where were we? Material. Yes, material objects can be either different or non-different from each other. So difference and non-difference are not visible in them at one and the same time. But this is not the case with Paramatattva. We have to accept that Krishna is simultaneously different and non-different from his Jiva Shakti and from the Jivas in it. He's non-different and he's different at the same time. This Beda Abed Tattva, simultaneous difference and oneness, is said to be achintya, inconceivable, because it is beyond the limit of human intellect. How wonderful. I'm glad because I don't have a lot of human intellect. So if it's beyond the intellect, then I'm really happy. I got nothing to worry about because my intellect is definitely limited. And if it's beyond the intellect, then I'm very happy. Right? We're okay. We can go beyond the intellect happily. Because it is beyond the limit of human intellect. Rajanath, what is the difference between Ishvara and the Jiva? Now this is beautiful. Yes, we've got time to describe this. I want to describe this. So Babaji, First, you should understand the non-difference between Ishvara and the Jiva. And after that, I will explain their eternal difference. So first we have to understand the non-difference. I already described this actually at the very beginning, this Nata Swarup, Jiva Swarup, Gyan Swarup, etc. But we'll read it from here. Ishvara is the embodiment of knowledge, Gyan Swarup, the knower, Nata Swarup, one who considers and reflects, Manta Swarup, and the enjoyer, Bhaktri Swarup. He is self-effulgent, Swaprakash, and he also illuminates others, Paraprakash. He has his own desires, Ichamayi, and he is the knower of all Ketra The Jiva too is the form of knowledge, the knower. The Jiva knows something. He's also the form of knowledge. He also is an enjoyer, same as Krishna is an enjoyer. We also are enjoyers. He too is self-effulgent. If you see someone's aura, that's their self-effulgence. Swaprakash, it's called. And he illuminates others. How do you illuminate others? You make someone very happy. You illuminate their mind. Hey, look what a wonderful day it is. You can pick someone right up. You can bring them into the sunlight. You can illuminate others. So you have the same quality as Krishna, right? Yes. These are the similarities between us and Krishna. There's 9 of them. We can post them afterwards also. Where are we? Hang on. Oh, yes. You're ahead of me. And is the knower of his own field, Ketra Gyan. You see, Krishna knows all fields. That's the difference. We know our own working senses and mind, etc. But Krishna knows all minds in existence because he's Paramatma, super soul within the heart of all jivas. From this perspective, there is no difference between them. So we have a list of these, and Rasmandri Didi will post them afterwards on the WhatsApp thread. It's a very important 9 similarities to understand. If you meet someone and they say, yes, I'm God, don't you know I'm God? We say, yes, you're God, because you have Gyan Swarup, Nata Swarup, Parakrapash. We have these different 9 similarities. But in the end, you're very, very minute. You're anuchit. Krishna is called Vibhuchit. He's the manifestation of everything. This is the principle of Jiva-tattva, because this brings us to a submissive mood towards that Supreme Lord and keeps us far away from the Mayavad conceptions. We only have to realize this a little bit. Krishna is so much bigger than me. That's even sounds strange. I mean, he's just, I'm not even in the picture. I'm so insignificant. At the same time, because I have independence, I can make an effect in my relationship with him. I can even attract, ultimately, in the stage of prem. Sri Krishna Akashani Chasa. It's saying that the stage of prem will attract Krishna. So I have the propensity within me, in potential, to attract Krishna at the stage of prem. This is mystical, magical. It's beautiful. We have this. We have this. However, Ishvara is omnipotent, and by dint of his omnipotence, he is the basis of all these qualities which are present in him in full. We have these minute qualities, but he has them in full. These qualities are also present in the atomic jiva, but only to a minute degree. Thus the nature and form of Ishvara and the jiva are eternally different from each other, because one is complete and the other is minute, and at the same time there is a lack of distinction between Ishvara and Krishna, because the similarity between their qualities. We've just described their 9 similarities, but the distinction is vast. And I've given the example every day about the spoonful of water from the ocean. This personally appeals to me. The spoonful of the ocean has the same ingredients as the vast ocean, H2O, etc., and salt. But the difference in the spoonful of water and the vast ocean is immense. So the quantity of Ishvara. Ishvara is the Lord of Swarup Shakti, Jiva Shakti, and Maya Shakti. He's called Para Shakti because of the completeness of the internal potency, Atma Shakti. Shakti is his maidservant, and he is the Lord of Shakti, who is activated by his desire. When Krishna desires, Yogamaya acts. Shri Radhika acts on Krishna's desire. Shri Radhika is always trying to fulfill Krishna's desires. It's described in the Rasa Tattva that the gopis are only concerned with fulfilling Krishna's calm desire, his lusty desires. That's in material language, but his desires for pleasure. They're only concerned with that, fulfilling that. Shakti is his maidservant, and he is the Lord of Shakti, who is activated by his desire. This is the Swarup of Ishvara. Though the qualities of Ishvara are present in the Jiva to a minute degree, the Jiva is nonetheless under the control of Shakti. It's just saying how Krishna is the controller of Shakti. Shakti is trying to fulfill the desires of Krishna, but we are under the control of Shakti, the Swarup Shakti. The word Maya has been used in Dashmula not only to indicate material Maya, but also to indicate Swarup Shakti. Mayate anye iti Maya. Maya is that by which things can be measured. That's something for us to meditate on. Maya is that which can be measured. In other words, it has limitations because you can actually measure it. Something which is beyond Maya has no limitations. You can't measure it. Therefore, it comes into the eternal category. It's not limited by the illusion. Maya is unreal. It's an illusory energy. It creates the temporary worlds. The word Maya refers to the Shakti that illuminates Krishna's identity in all the three worlds, namely the Chit Jagat, the Achit Jagat, and the Jiva Jagat. The Achit is the Bahiranga. The Chit is the Antaranga, and Jiva, the Tatashta. Krishna is the controller of Maya, and the Jiva is under the control of Maya. Therefore, it is said in the Svetashva Upanishad 4.9.10, Asman Mayi Srijate Vishvam Etat, Tasmims Chanyo Maya Sanirudaha, Mayan tu Prakritim Vidyan Mayanam tu Maheshwaram, Tasyavya Bhutais tu Vyam Tam Sarvam Idam Jagat. Parameshwara is the Lord of Maya. He has created the entire world, wherein the jivas are bound in the illusion of material identification. It should be understood that Maya is his Prakriti, and he is Maheshwara, the controller of Maya. The entire world is pervaded by his limbs. In this mantra, the word Maya is used to indicate Krishna, the controller of Maya, and Prakriti is used to indicate the complete Shakti. The great qualities and nature are the special characteristics of Ishvara. His great qualities and nature are the special characteristics of Ishvara. They are not present in the jiva, and he cannot attain them even after liberation. I'll read that sentence again because it encapsulates everything. Ishvara, they are not, his great qualities and nature are the special characteristics of Ishvara. They are not present in the jiva, and he cannot attain them even after liberation. It is stated in Brahma Sutra 4.4.17, Jagat Vyapara Vyajam Parakaran Asan Hit Atvat. The creation, maintenance, and control of the entire transcendental and inert world is the work of Brahm. This is Krishna, Brahm, only, and no one else. Except for this activity, in relation to the Chit and the Achit worlds, all other activities are possible for liberated jivas. So liberated jivas can become liberated from the illusion and again can be restored to their propensity to have a loving relationship with the Supreme. And in that loving relation, by the potency of their love, they can actually control Krishna even. Krishna is controlled by love. We see Mother Yashoda. She controls Krishna by her love. She can bind Krishna. So this is an example of Vatsalya Bhav. And what to speak of the gopis? It's called Samartha Rati. They have the propensity to control Krishna. Samanjasa Rati of the queens of Dwarka doesn't control Krishna. But this Samartha Rati of the gopis controls Krishna. So we have this potential to control Krishna, even though he's the supreme. The Shruti states, Yato va imani bhutani jayante. He is that by which all the jivas are created and maintained, and into which they enter and become unmanifest at the time of annihilation. Taittiriya Upanishad 3.1. These statements have only been made in relation to Brahm, that's Krishna, and they cannot be applied to the jiva by any amount of manipulation, because there is no reference to liberated jivas here. The Shastras state that it is only Bhagavan and not the liberated jiva who performs activities of creation, maintenance, and annihilation. One may suppose that the jiva can also perform these activities, but this gives rise to the philosophy of many Ishwaras, Bahu Ishwara Dosh, which is defective. Therefore, the correct Siddhanta is that the jiva is not qualified for the above-mentioned activities even when liberated. The jiva can never create universes, destroy them, and maintain them. The jiva cannot do that, even in the liberated condition. This establishes the eternal difference between the jiva and Ishvara, and all learned people support this. This difference is not imaginary but eternal. It does not disappear in any state of the jiva. Consequently, the statement that the jiva is an eternal servant of Krishna should be accepted as a fundamental statement, Mahavakya. There was just a little video clip came around today. We're in sync with Srila Gurudev. A little video clip came around saying that the jiva is always eternal in any condition. So we'll put this clip onto our WhatsApp also. The jiva is always eternal. Even though he's conditioned, he's still eternal. He's called Nityabada, which means eternally bound, until he becomes eternally liberated. Understand that? We're eternally bound now, but when we become liberated, we come into the condition of being Nityamuktas, eternally liberated. So it's a contradiction.
Also means we have a unique relationship with Krishna eternally as well.
Always we have a unique, unless you annihilate that relationship by trying to merge this.
Suicide.
Yes. Sayuja Mukti, it's called, if we try to merge into the oneness of Krishna, into Krishna's effulgence, we try to merge into that. But then Rupa Goswami has described very beautifully, even if you merge into that Brahman effulgence and cook your individuality, so to speak, still the illumination of the soul is going to support the light in the Brahmajyoti. So you're still actually serving Krishna. Even though you try to annihilate that active service to Krishna, your spirit soul still has illumination as a part of its nature. And that illumination will be enhancing Krishna's Brahmajyoti. So you can't avoid service to Krishna. It's our very makeup. It's our constitutional position. Jivara Sarup Hoy, Krishnera Nityadas. We are always servants of Krishna. Even if you don't want to be a servant and you destroy the possibility to actively serve and just go into the Brahman, into that abstract oneness with Krishna, then the illumination from your soul is still going to render service to Krishna's illumination in the Brahmajyoti. Understand that? It's very beautiful. It's described in the Lagu Bhavanamrita by Rupa Goswami. The jiva can't avoid service to Krishna, even if he tries to cook his swarup. Understand that? You're looking very thoughtful.
By choice.
Yes, always has to be by choice, because the jiva always has independence.
And responsibility.
Yes, just like a child, if you give birth to a child, it may look like you, have all the qualities of you, have so many characteristics about you, but that child has its own independence. It always has its own independence. Forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, it'll have its own independence. Because in that independence is the capacity to have a relationship with Krishna, a unique, special relationship that no one else in existence has. And that's what Krishna wants to taste. He wants to experience that speciality of that rasa that you personally have with him.
Only demons have performed these choices.
Huh?
Like in the Krishna book,
Yes.
only the demons throughout the Krishna book, right? Only the demons go to that destination, merging to. They made that choice that they want to be the enemy of Krishna, then self-inflicted. They killed their.
The devas have the possibility to merge into the Brahman because their spiritual
Devas.
master Brihaspati is described as being Brahman realized. So the goal of the devas is to merge into Brahman, moksha.
Oh, okay.
But they, when their pious credits expire, they can come back to this world of karma yoni. This world is a place of karma. That swagaloka is a place of bhoga, enjoyment. They're called bhoga yoni, the species of enjoyment. And they aspire for the Brahman. But most of them don't attain that position of Brahman and come back to this material world to indulge in various karmas. And if they're fortunate enough in this material world, they may hear about Krishna and change their direction from wanting swagaloka. But there will be those few realized higher planetary beings that want to merge into Krishna's oneness. And then they get cooked. The speciality of their relationship.
They're the demons then.
The demons also merge into this, like Kamsa.
Yeah.
He also merges into this. The demons and the devas are just material designations, so to speak, when it comes to the consideration of the soul. The demons have souls, the devas have souls. So when you take it off the categories of demons and devas and demons, they're both souls. You come to that. So the soul, whether you're a demon or a deva, you're just merging into. They lose their. It's not that just the devas will merge and the demons won't. The demons have souls, the devas have souls, but it's just the dress that they're wearing. Okay, we should stop.
Okay.
Dandavat Prabhu. Jaiva Dharma ki jai.
Jai.
Anantakota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai.
Jai.
Actually, my Gurudev would never go too long on these subject matters. We're going a long time and a long way into Jiva-tattva. But when my Gurudev discussed many of these topics, he would say that's enough, because most of the time it's something that we have to think about ourselves and have personal realization of. You can't put too many words into it. Actually, it's our own personal realization of these topics that will come 100% if we're sincere. If our desire is sincere to please the Lord, then this must bear fruit 100 million%. So now we're on page 348. But first of all, I have to address a very good question that I was asked, that I had said that the jivas were manifested from the Brahmajyoti, but it's clearly saying on page 139 at the bottom of page 139, at the very bottom, the last sentence, bearing all this in mind, the Siddhanta is that it is only Jiva Shakti, not the Chit Shakti, that manifests the Jiva. So I want to do like a very short recap just to explain this very, very clearly, because I have termed the Chit Shakti as the Brahmajyoti, which was incorrect to actually say. It wasn't explicit. The Brahmajyoti contains all of these Shaktis are emanating from it. It's described that from Krishna's left-hand side, Swarup Shakti, Sri Radhika, manifests. And from that Swarup Shakti, the Chit Shakti is manifesting. From the Chit Shakti is manifesting the Jiva Shakti. That's the sequence. From Krishna, but from Krishna's bodily effulgence, we can say that this Swarup Shakti is manifesting. So this is not explicit in its descriptions exactly, but the progression of the Shaktis are explicit. So when I've said previously that we manifested from the Brahmajyoti, it was more of a general terminology. It was not explicit. But now I have to undo that idea and present what I've understood now is the absolute reality. The absolute reality is that from Swarup Shakti, who is manifesting from Krishna's body, ultimately, the Chit Shakti is manifesting. And from the Chit Shakti, the Antaranga Shakti, Chit Shakti, Antaranga Shakti are the same, then Jiva Shakti is manifesting. And that Jiva Shakti consists of the Tatastha Shakti within the Jiva Shakti. So this is actually the sequence. So the Jiva is manifesting from the rays of the Chit Shakti within the rays of the Chit Shakti, which comes into the Jiva Shakti. This is where the Jiva is manifesting from. He's manifesting from the Jiva Shakti in the rays of the sun, like Chit Shakti. So this is not easy to even just appreciate, let alone understand. So I was praying to Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur to give me some guidance to have clarity on this fully. And I felt him intimating to me that we only need to understand a certain degree of this picture, so to speak. But if we keep going further and further, there can be so many questions. But actually there has to come a cutoff at some point where we just become satisfied with understanding that from the Chit Shakti is manifesting the Jiva Shakti, because it's saying here clearly in the last line of page 339, bearing all this in mind, the Siddhanta is that it is only the Jiva Shakti and not the Chit Shakti that manifest the Jivas. So, but the Jivas at the same time are manifesting in the rays of the Chit Shakti. So how can the conditioned souls understand this more than just in a very simplistic way? So I hope, I've got no one sitting in front of me today, so I can't ask them and examine that that you've understood what I'm saying. But previously I was saying that the Jivas were manifesting from the Brahma Jyoti, but this is not correct. Actually, they're manifesting from the rays in the sun of the Chit Shakti, and those rays manifest as the Jiva Shakti. And it's the Jiva Shakti, from the Jiva Shakti, where this Tatastha Shakti resides. And it's from there that the Jivas manifest. So if we can understand this progression from Krishna, from his left-hand side, Swarup Shakti is manifesting. From Swarup Shakti is manifesting Chit Shakti. From Chit Shakti is manifesting Jiva Shakti. And within the Jiva Shakti is Tatastha Shakti. Krishna is Para Tattva. Krishna is the supreme Tattva. And Shri Radhika, Swarup Shakti, is the supreme Shakti. So it's all ultimately manifesting from her. But there has to be a cutoff point, so to speak, because otherwise we just come into a world of gyan and intellect. How can the intellect and mind approach transcendental subject matters? I was doing this in the sense that we made this diagram of the worlds. Some of you will remember it. We can post it afterwards, that cosmic map, it was called, or the Krishna map. So we were examining the picture of it, so to speak. And in the picture, it looks like that we're manifesting from the Brahmajyoti. But to be explicit, we are manifesting from Jiva Shakti, which is manifesting from Chit Shakti. It's described the rays of the sun of Chit Shakti. The sun of Chit Shakti, Antaranga. Chit Shakti is the purest aspect. It's completely bright. So there's a message, see if I can get to read it. I can't read it. And from the rays of the Chit Shakti, then are manifesting the Jivas are manifesting in the Jiva Shakti itself. So I think that's enough to appreciate something of this. So it's not, these truths don't just fall off the tree, so to speak. We have to apply perhaps many years of hearing these truths and meditating on them. But the principle is what I've just described. From Swarup Shakti is Chit Shakti, from Chit Shakti is Jiva Shakti, and from the Jiva Shakti, within the Jiva Shakti, is the Tatastha Shakti, where we are manifesting from. So when we become further advanced, then perhaps we will have a clearer picture of this, or perhaps not. It's not necessary. What is necessary is that we increase our devotion to that transcendental personality. Tesham satatam yuktanam bhajatam pratipurvakam dadami buddha-yogam tam yenamam upayantite. That by constant practice and devotion, Krishna gives the understanding by which the jiva can come to him. So these are parameters, so to speak, or these are helpful guides to appreciating our insignificance, our absolute insignificance in this world, and the nature of the worlds around us. So it's a journey to understand Jiva-tattva fully. So I hope that's clear, or clearer than it was before. So there's one lady in Spain, Anjali, and she asked me this beautiful question. So I wanted to clarify that the Jiva is not manifesting directly from what we would call the Brahmajyoti. The Brahmajyoti is more of a general terminology, because within the Brahmajyoti there's many types of energy. Brahmajyoti is actually made of the Chit Shakti, but in a different impersonal way. So it's complex. But the principle is Swarup, Chit, Jiva. That's the principal Shaktis. Okay, so we'll come to our topic for today, which was about these similarities, what we did previously on Saturday, the Jiva's similarities with Krishna. We talked about the Nata Swarup, Gyan Swarup, Bhaktri Swarup, Swaprakash, etc. Ichamai. This is on page 346. And then Babaji is talking about the quantity distinction, which takes precedence, which is the prominent distinction, is that the jiva is so insignificant, even though he has these qualities which are similar, but the distinction is the infinitesimal nature of the jiva and the or the finite jiva and the infinitesimal world, the great, the absolute reality, so much more extreme than the insignificant jiva. So it's limiting when there's no one here to directly give me some feedback for what I'm explaining. So at the bottom of page 348, I'll read this last paragraph and then what Babaji comments. So we have Brajanath. If one can only prove the eternal difference between Ishvara and the Jiva, because this is what Babaji's been speaking about, the difference, how can one accept the oneness? Another point is that if there is oneness, do we have to accept a state of merging with Ishvara, nirvana? So what is that oneness? We are like oneness with Krishna in the sense of we're coming from Krishna. We're Bibinamsa. We've described that before. We're separated parts of Krishna. Babaji will explain. Babaji, no, not at all. The jiva is not one with Krishna at any stage. How could that be? The jiva is not one with Krishna at any stage. Brajanath, then why have you spoken about achintya, beda, abed, inconceivable oneness and difference? So here again, it seems to be contradictions within what Babaji is saying and what is the actual Siddhanta. Babaji will explain. Babaji, from the qualitative perspective of Chit Dharma, there is oneness between Krishna and the jivas. This oneness is what we've explained on the previous page 3, 4, 6 at the bottom. These qualities that are the same. We've explained that already. So that's like the oneness between Krishna and the jiva. Nata Swarup, Gyan Swarup, Bhakti Swarup, Swaprakash, etc. But from the quantitative perspective of their essential nature and individual personalities, Swarup, there is eternal difference between them. Eternal difference between them. Despite the eternal oneness, it is the perception of difference that is eternally prominent. So the difference is prominent. We've already said that today. The difference is prominent. But they still have similarities, which creates the idea of oneness. Understand? It's very helpful to exercise the muscles in the consciousness to appreciate these conceptions. At least we're getting some type of picture of our constitutional position here as an infinitesimal, tiny, tiny jiva. Despite the eternal oneness, it is the perception of difference that is eternally prominent. Though the abed swarup, the difference, is an accomplished fact, there is no indication that any such state has independent existence. The jiva doesn't have independent existence entirely. The jiva has independence, but his existence is not independent. We have independence to make a choice, but our existence is depending on the Shakti of the Lord. Rather, it is the manifestation of Nitya Bhed, eternal difference, that is always prominent. In other words, where eternal difference and eternal oneness are present simultaneously, the perception of Bhed is stronger. The perception of the difference is stronger. For example, let us say that the owner of a house is called Devadatta. His house is simultaneously Adevadatta, independent of Devadatta, right? And Sadevadatta, identified with Devadatta. So it's both at the same time. The house is separate from Devadatta, but it's also simultaneously identified with Devadatta. Even though from some points of view it may be considered independent of Devadatta, still its specific characteristic of being identified with Devadatta eternally exists. Similarly, in the case of Ishvara and the Jivas, non-difference or oneness is not part of the essential identity. Even at the stage of Swarup Siddhi, just as the house can be called both Adevadatta and Sadevadatta, independent of Devadatta and Devadatta himself, from one perspective it may be viewed as Adevadatta, but still the real identity is Sadevadatta, because that is the bigger, the more prominent consideration. Okay? Let me give you another example from the material world. Sky is a material element, and there is also a basis for its existence. But even though the basis is present, only the sky is actually visible. Similarly, even within the abhed existence and distinctive nitya bhed, that's the nitya, the difference, which is real, is found. And that is why nitya bhed is the only definitive characteristic of the essential reality, vastu. This distinctive difference, this is the absolute essential reality, is the difference, not the similarity. The similarities are there. We've already described the similarities between the Jiva and Krishna, but the difference is far greater to appreciate, understand. In one sense, it's very simple, but in another sense, it requires complete focus of concentration to understand it. Not understand it, but just to, again, I'm saying it all the time, to appreciate it. Our limited intelligence is probably not capable of understanding it because it's an eternal subject matter and we have no experience of eternality. Brajanath, please explain the eternal nature of the Jiva even more clearly. So what is the eternal nature of the Jiva? Babaji, the Jiva is atomic consciousness and is endowed with the quality of knowledge and is described by the word aham, I. He is the enjoyer, the thinker, and the one who comprehends. The Jiva has an eternal form which is very subtle, just as the different parts, the gross body, the hands, legs, nose, eyes, and so on, combine to manifest a beautiful form when established in their respective places. Similarly, a very beautiful atomic spiritual body is manifest, which is composed of different spiritual parts. However, when the Jiva is entangled in Maya, that spiritual form is covered by two material bodies. One of these is called the subtle body, Linga Sarir, and the other is called the gross body, Stula Sarir. The subtle body, which is the first to cover the atomic spiritual body, is unavoidable apariharya from the beginning, and the Jiva's conditioned state until his. Let me just read again. The subtle body, which is the first to cover the atomic spiritual body, is unavoidable, apariharya, from the beginning of the jiva's conditioned state until his liberation. We cannot become liberated fully. We read many pastimes in the Bhagavatam, Prithu Maharaj, etc., where they, and Yudhisthira Maharaj also, where they drop their subtle bodies ultimately. When the jiva transmigrates from one body to the next, the gross body changes, but the subtle body does not. Rather, as the jiva leaves the gross body, the subtle body carries all its karmas and desires to the next body. The jiva's change of body and transmigration are carried out through the science of Panchagni, the five fires, which is delineated in the Vedas. The system of Panchagni, such as the funeral fire, the fire of digestion, and rain, has been described in the Chandogya Upanishad and Brahma Sutra. The jiva's conditioned nature in the new body is the result of the influences from his previous births, and this nature determines the varna in which he takes birth. After entering Varnashram, he begins to perform karma again, and when he dies, he repeats the same process. The first covering of the eternal spiritual form is the subtle body, mind, intelligence, and false ego. You can't see it, so it's subtle. And the second body is the gross body, which we can see, the five senses, etc. Prajanath, what is the difference between the eternal spiritual body and the subtle body? Babaji, the eternal body is the actual original body, and it is atomic, spiritual, and faultless. This is the real object of the ego, the real I. The subtle body arises from contact with matter, and it consists of three vitiated transformations, namely of mind, intelligence, and ego. This is the subtle body. Brajanath, are mind, intelligence, and ego material identities, material entities? If they are, how do they have the qualities of knowledge and activity? Babaji, he quotes from Bhagavad Gita, Bhumir apo nalo vayu kam mano buddhya evacha ahankara ityam me bina prakritya astada apariyam itastvanyam prakritim vidhi me param jiva bhutam mahabaho yeyadam daryate jagat etad yonini bhutani sarva nityo upariyaha aham kritsnyasya jagata prabhava pralayas tata. Bhagavad Gita 7:4 and 6. My separated eightfold apara or maya prakriti consists of five gross elements: earth, water, fire, air, and space, and the three subtle elements: mind, intelligence, and false ego. Besides this, O mighty armed Arjun, I have a tatashta prakriti, which can also be called para prakriti, superior nature. That prakriti is in the form of consciousness and the jivas. All the jivas who have manifested from this para prakriti make the inert world full of consciousness. The jiva shakti is called tatashta because it is eligible for both worlds, the spiritual world, which is manifest from my antaranga shakti, and the material world, which is manifested from my bahiranga shakti. So again, we're describing the nature of the tatastha jiva. Since all created entities are manifested from these two types of prakriti, you should know that I, Bhagavan, am the sole original cause of creation and destruction of all the worlds, of the moving and non-moving beings. These shlokas of Gita Upanishad describe the two types of prakriti of Sarva Shaktiman Bhagavan. One is called Para Prakriti, the superior energy, and the other is called Apara Prakriti, the inferior energy. They are also known as Jiva Shakti and Maya Shakti, respectively. The Jiva Shakti is called Parashakti or Shrestha Shakti, the superior Shakti, because it is full of spiritual atomic particles. The Maya Shakti is called Apara, inferior, because it is material and inert, Jad. So there's huge distinction between Maya Shakti and Jiva Shakti. Jiva Shakti has consciousness. Maya Shakti is inert, Jad. It doesn't have consciousness. So that's the distinction. The Jiva is a completely separate entity from the Apara Shakti, which contains 8 elements: the 5 gross elements, earth, water, fire, air, and space, and the 3 subtle elements, mind, intelligence, and ego. These last 3 material elements are special. The aspect of knowledge that is visible in them is material and not spiritual. The mind is material because the mind has its identity, so to speak, from all the matter that it's absorbed to manifest its identity. The mind only has material senses, and it will absorb the material nature and energy. So the mind is a product of material energy. The mind is not a product of the spiritual reality because we've had no experience of that spiritual reality. As we progress in devotional service, as we meet great sadhus, for example, guru, then we come in contact with transcendence. And at that time, the mind actually is rendered helpless and inert practically, because the mind can't access that place. It only appreciates that place. But to try to understand transcendence with just the mind is impossible, because it's way beyond the capacity of the mind. The aspect of knowledge that is visible in them is material, not spiritual. The mind creates a false world by basing its knowledge on sensual objects, on the images and influences that it absorbs from gross subjects in the mundane realm. That's what I've just said. This process has its root in mundane matter, not in spirit. For example, when we read the 5th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, which is a transcendental literature, it describes the nature of this world we live in. The nature of this world we live in is not the same as that which is presented by the material scientists today. They present it as being a round globe. But if you read carefully the 5th canto, it's a flat surface. And sane people today understand that. This process has its root in mundane matter, not in spirit. The faculty that relies on that knowledge to discriminate between real and its unreal is called buddhi. This is intelligence now. So a mind intelligence is something else, which also has its root in mundane matter. The ego or sense of I-ness that is produced by accepting the above knowledge is also material and not spiritual. So he's just explained very beautifully why the subtle body is material. Mind, intelligence, and false ego are material. But Bhaktivinoda Thakur describes in another place, the mind is the only instrument we have to reach transcendence. So the mind is used for that purpose. These 3 faculties together manifest the jiva's second form, which acts as the connection between the jiva and matter. It's all of this aspect that acts to connect our identity with matter. We've spoken about this a lot. And is called the subtle body, linga sarira. As the ego of the conditioned jiva's subtle body becomes stronger, it covers the ego of his eternal form. The ego in the eternal nature in relationship to the spiritual son Krishna is the eternal and pure ego, and this same ego manifests again in the liberated state, when we become liberated from matter completely. That means the subtle body is completely dropped. However, as long as the eternal body remains covered by the subtle body, the material self-conception, Jad Abhiman, arising from the gross and subtle body remains strong, and consequently the Abhiman in relation with spirit is almost absent. In other words, we forget the reality that I am pure spirit soul, and we become completely convinced, hypnotized practically, to be considering that I am this material body. As long as the senses are strong to take advantage, to exploit the material energy, then it's going to be the greatest impediment to actually reaching a state of appreciating the real spirit soul. I think we understand all this clearly. The linga sarir is very fine. The subtle body is very fine, so that the function of the gross body covers it. Thus, identification with the caste and so on of the gross body arises in the subtle body because it is covered by the gross body. So these influences from the gross body are having an effect on the subtle body, and they're covering the subtle body rather than the spiritual, pure spiritual subject matters are purifying the body. If we're too concerned with the material existence, if we're too enwrapped in the material world, that's going to cover and influence the subtle body. Contrarily, if we're completely influenced by higher association, by devotional service, by Harinam Mahamantra, then that spiritual body will start to manifest and push back the gross coverings and purify the subtle body. Thus, identification with the caste and so on of the gross body arises in the subtle body because it is covered by the gross body. Although the three elements, mind, intelligence, and ego, are material, the abhiman of knowledge, that means the identity of knowledge, is inherent in them because they are vitiated transformations of the function of the soul, atma vritti. Vitiated means variegated transformations. Rajanath, I understand the eternal swarup of the jiva to be spiritual and atomic in nature. Within that swarup is a beautiful body composed of spiritual limbs. In the conditioned state, that beautiful spiritual body remains covered by the subtle body and the material covering of the jiva swarup. And the material covering of the jiva swarup in the form of the Jad Sarir, causes its material transformation, Jad Vikar. So that spiritual body is covered due to the transformations of our consciousnesses in attraction to the dull material world. It's absolutely sublime if we can catch it even for a moment, what Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying here. Now I want to know whether the jiva is completely faultless in the liberated state. Babaji. The atomic spiritual form is free from defect, but because of its minute nature, it is inherently weak and therefore incomplete. The only defect in that state is that the jiva's spiritual form may be covered through association with the powerful Maya Shakti. It is said in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.2.32, Yenya Rarindaksha Mukta Maninas Tvai Asta Bhavad Avishtuda Buddhaya Aruya Krichain Rena param padam tata patyantya do nadrita yusmad angreya. O lotus-eyed Lord, non-devotees such as jnanis, yogis, and renunciants falsely consider themselves to be liberated, but their intelligence is not really pure because they lack devotion. Without this ingredient of devotion, they're not really liberated into the transcendental world. You can only access the transcendental world through devotion. They perform severe austerities and penances and achieve what they imagine to be the liberated position, but they still fall from there into a very low condition due to neglecting your lotus feet. Will always remain incomplete no matter how elevated a stage the liberated jiva may achieve. That is the inherent nature of Jiva-tattva, and that is why it is said in the Vedas that Ishvara is the controller of Maya, whereas the jiva remains eligible to be controlled. I've got here, eligible to be controlled of Maya in all circumstances. Should be controlled by Maya in all circumstances. So this is the ultimate reality, that we can be controlled by the material energy, but that control of the material energy is generated from our independent choice to accept it and exploit it. It's the antithesis of devotion. As long as we can only be covered when I independently decide to turn away from the Lord. It's that independence that I have that gives me the option to be strong or weak. We cannot function without that independence. We've said before that independence is there ultimately to generate that affection for Krishna. It wouldn't be love unless we independently made that choice. This is very wonderful, this last paragraph, because it's going to lead fully into the next chapter, which is about the jivas that are possessed by Maya. So this last paragraph is a prelude, basically, to where we're going tomorrow, into the 16th chapter, where the jivas are possessed by Maya. So I pray that you have all gathered some profound appreciation for our nature as jiva, pure jiva, where we're coming from. We're coming from the rays in the sun of Chit Shakti, and those rays manifest the Jiva Shakti, and we're coming from there. This Jiva Shakti is where we're manifesting from, in the Tatashta, this place between the two worlds. This is principally what this 15th chapter has taught us. It's taught us so many truths of the various locations, etc., or the influences that the jiva is susceptible to. But this Tatastha Shakti is very clearly described here. So that's the great, great truth that we're taking away from this chapter, is the jiva is situated in this Tatastha Svabhav, this nature. His consciousness will oscillate. And we've said so many times that making the decision to come into this world was not historic, and making the decision to stay in this world is an ever-present reality, that we are choosing ourselves with this independent propensity to remain here by wanting to interact with the material objects rather than follow this beautiful direction that we've just described today of walking back to the spiritual state within us. I said at one point a few days ago how Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, he had said very beautifully how that decision to engage in the external energy rather than in the internal energy is what's caused us to be in this predicament. So appreciate that. It's the internal wealth and realization and appreciation that we are seeking. It's not something external. Everything in the external world, the external activities of devotion can generate the inspiration to reflect internally these devotional acts that we perform. But the purpose of these devotional acts is to remind us to meditate internally, to connect with that supreme law. We connect with the Murti, we connect with our Harinam Sankirtan. Where does it take us to? It takes us to a internal blissful state of consciousness. This state of consciousness is what I'm talking about, is what the reality is, connecting with the highest state of consciousness that is there within the jiva. So many topics here that can lead to discussion and so on, and appreciation. I think the more we hear these topics, the more we can churn them, and the more fragments of realization we can have from hearing these repeatedly, these topics. So tomorrow we come into the very ecstatic chapter 16, which will describe the jiva possessed by Maya. And I think the connection with chapter 16 and chapter 15 will become apparent, very clear. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Anantakota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol. So now we come into we're just on the threshold of chapter 16, but I wanted just to recap very briefly the highlights that I'm considering in chapter 15. But many of you personally will have your own highlights, which would be very profitable for us all to appreciate, but we don't have that dynamic where everybody can speak. So this is just like a monologue that I'm presenting here, but I'm going to present my highlights of this chapter 15 for your appreciation.
Shall I ask them to?
They're already doing.
Oh, you do.
So the first appreciation is to consider the Dasmula verse, the Mul Shlok that Bhaktivinoda Thakur quotes at the very beginning. This is on page 334. Now, I think when we first read this, this will be a good test of our comprehension. When we first read this verse, we had a certain appreciation of it. But now I'm going to read it again and just test how much extra understanding you individually have of this verse. So the verse reads, just as many tiny sparks burst from a blazing fire, so the innumerable jivas are like atomic spiritual particles in the rays of the spiritual sun, Sri Hari. So we're already understanding that spiritual sun is manifesting its Shakti, because to do a recap on chapter 15, we have to make considerations where we're coming from. We're coming from chapter 14. Chapter 14 was really opening out the essence of Shakti-tattva. This chapter 14, all the different Shaktis have been described and enumerated clearly in chapter 14, and all are manifesting for Krishna's pleasure from his Swarup Shakti, Sri Radhika. It's Sri Radhika in her hunger to please Krishna is manifesting everything in creation. Principally, it's all coming from her in service to the Supreme. Krishna, he has this svatantrata, he has this independence, and this ichamayata, he has this free will. This is what's described at the end of chapter 14. This is the nature of Krishna himself. He's the desire potency, And from that desire, the will to fulfill his desires in the form of Krishna's energy is manifesting as the Swarup Shakti. This is all tattva, so to speak. This is the tattva of Jiva-tattva and Shakti-tattva, which is the basis for Rasa-tattva. If this tattva is familiar, then when we enter the arena of Rasa-tattva, we have a very strong baseline. So don't become disheartened that we're not discussing much about the Leela at this point. As we've said so many times, the Leela is the prominent consideration ultimately. The Leela is riding the horse of Gyan or Tattva. Nevertheless, unless the horse is clearly understood, the strengths, etc., the Tattva, then the rider is not going to get the maximum out of the horse. Whereas if we understand the Tattva, then we can get the maximum out of the Leela considerations. They're not just like stories, they become far more profound. So this Shakti Tattva is what we discussed in chapter 14. And now I'm just reading this Mool Shlok in the 15th chapter. Though these jivas are non-different from Sri Hari, they are eternally different from him. And the difference is the quantity. This is what Bhaktivinoda Thakur has emphasized a number of times in this chapter. The eternal difference between the Jiva and Ishvara is that Ishvara is the Lord and Master of Maya Shakti, whereas the Jiva can fall under the control of Maya even in his liberated stage due to his constitutional nature. So this is what this chapter is going to describe about. This 15th chapter we've talked about. Initially, we talked about the Tasta Swabhav, the junction on the second page on page 336. Brajanath is asking, what is this nature of this Tatasta Shakti? He says, what is the Tatasta Swabhav? Page 336, this marginal nature. And then Bhaktivinoda Thakur describes the essence of this nature, that we're oscillating between these two extremes of consciousness, the Mayic consciousness and the higher Chit consciousness. And then on this same page, he asks a beautiful question. Just before we began this reading today, I had a very nice question from my dear friend Prakashatma Prabhu, very senior devotee, and he's asking that the jivas always want to know about the origins. We're always curious about our origin. So our origin is very clearly described here. Our origin is an eternal place. We were never created. We don't understand the nature of eternality. That's why we can't fundamentally understand this conception, because we always have to use words like created or manifested. We can't accept the reality of eternality. The consciousness has no experience of it. So how can it appreciate that? But the truth is, we are eternally created within the rays of the Chit Shakti sun. And from that Chit Shakti, the Jiva Shakti, another energy is manifesting. And in that energy is the Tatastha Shakti. And it's from that Tatastha Shakti that the Jivas are manifesting. Now, we don't have to understand it. We can't understand it. Who can understand it? Stand up, who can understand it? No, we can hear the words. And the words are all coming from a material place, as Bhaktivinoda Thakur has described as material language. It's not transcendental language. Transcendental language is vibration. So it's material language. And where Bhaktivinoda Thakur is endeavoring to describe this picture clearly, so we're not in any doubt, so we're not in any fundamental confusion about our origin. Our origin is in the Chit Shakti, and we're eternally created from, not even the word created is incorrect. Created implies that there was a time when you were not. So we have eternally been within the rays of the Chit sun. So he's describing the Chit Shakti, the Chatasta Swabhav Shakti on page 336. And then it comes to this question, wonderful question to appreciate. At the bottom of 336, Brajanath is saying, is there any material component in the Jiva's original constitution? Original constitution means his constitution in the Chit Shakti, not in the Jiva Shakti. He comes into the Jiva Shakti after the Chit Shakti. Within the Chit Shakti, there comes a point in the Jiva's existence when he, something, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati describes this in the document that I've sent around a number of times actually. Document begins with, before acquiring material designation. We are in this Shantaras stage. So when these souls within the rays of the Chit Shakti are there, they haven't yet manifested their attraction to Krishna at that point. That's not Now, this is what Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains here. I'm just going to say. Brajanath is asking, is there any material component in the Jiva's original constitution? Babaji, no. The Jiva is created solely of the Chit Shakti. He's created solely of the Chit Shakti. He can be defeated, that is, covered by Maya. It's our choice to be covered by Maya. Always, always, always the Jiva is accepting this responsibility for his predicament. If we have the wherewithal and the courage and the strength to always accept responsibility for any shortfall or any deficiency that we perceive in this material world, in my own connection with Krishna, etc., if I accept that responsibility, then many messages are coming. You be able to read them?
Well, let me read them.
No, read them to yourself and remember them. Tell me them if they're relevant. So, no, the Jiva is created solely from the Chit Shakti. He can be covered, that is, he can be defeated, that is, covered by Maya, because he is minute by nature and lacks spiritual power. This is what I said. And this is what's going to be described very wonderfully in the 16th chapter.
Okay, one question relevant to what you're saying now. It is said the Jiva can fall under the control of Maya, even in his liberated stage.
Yes.
Here, what is meant by liberated stage here?
Here, this liberated stage means even if we're liberated from the Mayic onslaught, but we haven't yet connected with transcendence. This is the stage of moksha or mukti. Still in that stage of moksha or mukti, we still can be influenced by the Mayic illusory energy. And there are examples of that in Shastra. Vishwamitra, I think, was trying to elevate himself to the spiritual world. And he attained moksha, but he actually had to come back to this world. And there are other examples, I can't remember now. But this liberated is the materially liberated. It doesn't mean full transcendental liberation would mean in Vaikuntha. And from that Vaikuntha place, there is no coming back to this world. You cannot fall from Vaikuntha. But until you reach the place of Vaikuntha, there is a chance in any high liberated stage, like, all right, another liberated stage is Bharat Maharaj. Bharat Maharaj is described in that Fulara ashram. He was meditating on Lord Narayan within the sun in the 5th canto. And he was in a high stage of bhav bhakti. Tears were flooding his eyes. His hairs were standing on end. And he was in a very high stage, approaching liberation, we can say, of bhav. And he fell from that place in his attraction to the deer. So we have it in the 5th canto also, that even from that very elevated stage, one can still be covered or influenced by Maya. Sometimes it's for Krishna's pastimes, and sometimes it's for the the weakness within the jiva that wasn't completely full. But what it's saying here, listen carefully. He said the jiva is created solely from the chit shakti. So the jiva is created from the chit. So our essential nature is absolutely pure, but we can be covered by the material energy.
One more
What's that?
question. One. After initiation, also why karma acts on the living entity. Is purva karma very strong?
Yes, from our previous births. Our purva karma will manifest to influence our lives because we're not liberated just because we've taken initiation. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada used to describe it like the fan is spinning and you pull the plug out. So essentially we're not incurring, or we don't have to incur any more karma.
This is
But parabdha. But the previous karmas will actually manifest. And from a previous birth, our purva karma or sanskars, they will influence our decision making still, our lives. But I have to go on with this point because I have to complete this. Okay. He explained the sky in the pot. So this is explained how there is the greater sky and this is a reflection of the sky in the pot. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur is opening this out in this chapter of the 15th. Remember here, I'm not reading through the chapter. I'm just attempting to make something of an overview, picking out the highlights in relationship to the jivas being captured by the Tatastha Shakti.
No. So this is related to the last question about karma after initiation. It is said that the spiritual master takes all the karma of the disciples at Diksha. It's not really a question.
My Gurudev says that's not true. My Gurudev doesn't agree with that. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada used to say that at that particular time, but my Gurudev says that the absolute pure devotee will never take someone else's karma or reactions. He's so pure, like a blazing fire, like a fire you can put any a dead body into it. It's going to purify anything. So the spiritual master is like that, like a blazing fire. He will not take. He will relieve us of our karmas, but he's not going to carry them for us. No.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to read now. I won't take any more questions for a while. So now another question on page 338. Brajanath is saying, now I want to know, did the Chit Shakti create the Jivas and give them their Tatashta Svabhav, marginal nature? This is very, very important. This is pivotal to Prakashatma's question. I'll read it again. Did the Chit Shakti create the Jivas and give them their Tatashta Svabhav? Babaji is answering emphatically again, no. The Chit Shakti is Paripurana Shakti, the complete potency of Krishna.
Where are we?
Page 338 at the bottom.
Okay.
And this Paripurna Shakti is complete, is whole. So the Jiva is created in this place. And it's from this place that he comes to the Jiva Shakti. I've explained so many times now. The complete potency of Krishna. And I'll say it again. No, the Chit Shakti is Paripurna Shakti, the complete potency of Krishna. And its manifestations are all eternally perfect substances. Everything coming from the Chit Shakti is eternally perfect, right? So that Tatastha Svabhav doesn't exist in the Chit Shakti. The Jiva is not Nitya Siddha. If he was Nitya Siddha, he would be in Vaikuntha. If he was eternally perfect, we're going to describe, actually a lot of this, if any confusion remains, or any doubts, or any misunderstandings in the 16th chapter, it will be all made very, very clear. This is brought out very clearly in the next chapter. So like with all of the writings or the very philosophical precepts of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, it's, as I've said many times, very often we just keep on reading and things become clearer and clearer and clearer and clearer. Don't jump the gun and looking for an answer to something that hasn't been fully opened out yet. The whole chapter has to be actually appreciated. If we jump, then it's just going to be confusing. Don't become bewildered like that. Look for the essence of the final conclusion. Catch the essence. That's what I'm trying to present today, in particular, the essence of this 15th chapter. So the jiva is not nitya siddha, although when he performs sadhana, he can become sadhana siddha. So that sadhana siddha means by the practice of his sadhana, he becomes perfect. So there's a difference. If you're born nitya siddha, it means you have never been conditioned. That's what a nitya siddha is. You can achieve that place of nitya siddha ultimately, but from the stage of sadhana siddha. Sadhana siddha, we go through the practice. And from that practice, there's the opportunity to become like the nitya siddhas. We're not born nitya siddhas. We're sadhana siddhas. The jiva is not nitya siddha, although when he performs sadhana, he can become sadhana siddha. The energy and enjoy transcendental happiness like the nitya siddhas. It's described particularly the gopis, the sadhana siddha gopis and the nitya siddha gopis. By that association, those sadhana siddha gopis can enjoy the same relationship with Krishna. Enjoy transcendental happiness like the eternally perfect beings. All the 4 types of Radhika Sakhi are nitya siddha. So then it basically about Braj and the manifestation of all the coming from Sri Radhika's own body. They are by itself doesn't have substance. We've understood within the Chit Shakti is Gyan and Vairagya. It doesn't have qualities. It doesn't have some. So then there's a whole description on page 339 about that. And right at the end of page 339, it's saying very clearly, and this is what we must take to heart fully, bearing all this in mind, the Siddhanta is that it's only the Jiva Shakti and not the Chit Shakti that manifests the Jivas. Even though the Jivas are created within the Chit Shakti, but they're manifested from the Jiva Shakti. So they have their origin in the Chit Shakti, but they're manifested within the Jiva Shakti. This is my understanding of this, Prakashatma, and you can correct me if you understand it differently, but this is clearly what it's saying here, that we were created in the Chit Shakti, we're made of that Chit Shakti potency, but we are manifested into, that means we have actually had that confrontation with making a choice. Our independence has risen within the Chit Shakti realm. And it's all instant. All of this has no time like we're thinking now. As soon as the jiva manifests the desire to perform anything separate from the Nitya Seva to Krishna, he's immediately transferred to this Tatastha Shakti. This is going to be more clarified in the 16th chapter, because from that position, he then comes into the body of Mahavishnu. And it's from the body of Mahavishnu that all these conditioned souls are manifesting in this world, all from Mahavishnu. That's where we've all come from. Prior to Mahavishnu is what we're talking about now. There's another question?
It's a continuation.
Don't bother about it then. I don't want to go into karma, purva karma. This is not the topic that I'm talking about here.
It's all about guru taking karma.
Oh, you can figure that out yourself. So this is not about, we're not talking about guru, initiation, karma. This is not the topic here. We're talking about the Jiva and Tatastha Shakti and manifesting from the Chit Shakti. This is the topic of this chapter, not about initiation and karma. I've answered it to some degree. That should be sufficient. So I'm just going to read this again because it's very important. Bearing all this in mind, the Siddhanta is that it is only the Jiva Shakti and not the Chit Shakti that manifests the Jivas. So we're very clear. This is what I said yesterday, because I confessed that I had made a mistake previously by saying that we manifested from the Brahma Jyoti. The Brahma Jyoti is a more collective type of term, but to be explicit, it's the Chit Shakti that is within. Ultimately, the Brahma Jyoti is the effulgence of Krishna's bodily manifestation, Krishna's body manifestation, that Swarup Shakti is manifesting from there. That's his first manifestation. So from Swarup Shakti is coming the Chit Shakti. From the Chit Shakti is coming the. Actually, this is all we need to know. If we keep on driving it down, screwing it down, down, we're just going to get bewildered. We don't need to know that. My Gurudev used to say regularly, we need to know enough tattva to enter the lila. That's all. All we need to know is that we've come, that we created in the Chit Shakti. Not created is the wrong word. We eternally situated in the Chit Shakti. And in the Chit Shakti, we've made this decision to turn towards the material energy. And then we are subjected to this tatastha svabhav. Although this is not even correct also, because those jivas in the tatastha svabhav are specific jivas. They're in a category of their own. It's like going to be described in the next chapter, 16. There are two types of jivas, it's described. Those who serve Radha Vinod Bihari in Goloka Vrindavan, and those who serve the Lord Narayan in Vaikuntha. Those are the two sorts of jivas. The third category is a separate category altogether that we don't need to know more than that to enter the Leela. So now I'm walking along and we come to page 341, and I think this is very important to what I'm actually saying right now. The more you know yourself, and realize your swarup. When someone realizes their swarup, when we don't realize our swarup, what do we need to do? We need to chant Harinam, we need to meditate, we need to practice the path to get to know our swarup. This is a very internal road. If we keep bringing it out, we'll never reach that internal contemplation. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says exactly the same. I'm going to repeat that from what he says again. So, the more you know yourself, this is on page 341, halfway down. The more you know yourself, the more you will be able to Maya. Even if I tell you, you will not realize it. How can we realize eternality? We can't realize these things. Or simply by hearing, you will not attain it. We seem to have the misconception that as soon as I've heard about it, then I'm there. But I'm not there. I'm not realizing it. It's just gyan, 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 gyan. It's not realized. It's not vigyan. Cultivate and practice the chanting of Harinam as much as possible. As you go on chanting Harinam, these transcendental bhavs will begin to manifest in your heart automatically. And to the degree that they do so, you will be able to realize the transcendental world. Mind and speech both have their origins in matter, and they cannot touch the transcendental truth, even with the greatest endeavor. Very clear, very clear. It's not for our mind, rationale, and logic. Now, this is a very important sentence that I want to make very clearly now. This is at the top of page 342. So I'm trying to cover what I've considered some of the principal highlights. Every sentence is a highlight, but these are just some highlights. Now, the top of page 342, Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying, or Babaji is saying to Brajana, I advise you not to inquire about the matter from anyone, but to realize it yourself. So we don't need to start chattering in debates on Facebook, etc., and trying to debate about this topic. It's not up for debate. It's up for meditation. It's up for internal introspection and reflection. It's up for us. Every single jiva in existence, every single jiva is different. All the individuals, perhaps there's 200 or 300 of you listening today, every single one has a different perspective and will have a different takeaway from what Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying. Every single one, according to their particular adhikar, according to their various sukritis and sanskars, they will have a different appreciation of the subject matter. So if we keep on sharing it with other people, we're going to deny ourselves our own profound realizations, our own realization. Krishna wants to taste the rasa that you personally have with him. He doesn't want to taste the rasa that you've collected from other people, that they have made you have an idea, well, it should be like this, or it should be like this, or he's thinking that, so I should do that. No, we have our own individuality, our own unique reality, our own unique rasa with the Lord. No one else in existence has the same. So how to reach that point is to just become introspective and reflective about this. Of course, we can discuss the various external aspects of these tattvas like we're doing now, but still the essential realization of these tattvas can only go on through our own cultivation of our spiritual practice. This is what Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying. I'll read it one more time. I advise you not to inquire about this matter from anyone, but to realize it yourself. Look for the internal path. We're very much anxious to have debates, because very often in debates, if someone is something of a pundit, they can express their prowess in the assembly of other pundits. And then someone can express their prowess by defeating them. Oh, how great am I? This is completely and utterly in the wrong direction. Tarka, yes, knowledge. And exhibiting that type of display of the intellect or the brain or the rationale or logic is not the path that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is indicating at all. My Gurudev used to say, for example, that Rupa Goswami had no logic whatsoever. He says, my Gurudev says that his Gurudev had a good amount of logic. That was how he was able to organize so many activities for Krishna's pleasure. But my Gurudev admits himself, I don't have much logic. He doesn't have much rationale. Some do, some don't. That's emphasizing what I'm just saying. We're all so different. Everyone has different capacities and different adhikars. So don't try to think because they're thinking this, then I should think that. But still, the essence of the tattva, the skeleton that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is describing here, we were originally in the, I should use the word, we were originally, our origin is the Chit Shakti. That is our origin, Prakashat. And from that origin, we made the decision to actually enter this Tatastha Swabhav. And from that Tatastha Swabhav, then we enter into Mahavishnu. That's going to be the line that in the next chapter will be more clear. So, one more thing. The jiva, this is halfway down 342. The jiva is compared to this very localized atomic tattva. Swarup Shakti manifests the world within the sphere of the spiritual sun. The sphere of the spiritual sun is Krishna. And the function outside the sphere of the sun is carried out by Jiva Shakti. That's very beautiful picture. Outside of the spiritual sun, the function is carried out by Jiva Shakti. It's Jiva Shakti, not the spiritual sun. It's a separate place of activity, this Jiva Shakti. It's separate to the spiritual sun. We are separate. So that was one point. Therefore, the activities related to the Jiva are those of Jiva Shakti. Yes. So I know this is very heady, so to speak, for the logic and rationale of the mind to keep up with all of this. And then Bhaktivinoda Thakur begins to talk about the differences, the distinctions between the Jiva and Ishvara, And principally, we see on page 346, halfway down, that there's actually 9 similarities between the Jiva and Krishna. So these have to be appreciated. This Gyan Swarup, Nata Swarup, Manta Swarup, Mantri Swarup, Swaprakash, etc. Ichamayi, Ketra Gyan. These are the similarities between the Jiva and, because how can you just describe the distinction without describing the oneness that the Jiva has with Krishna? So Bhaktivinoda Thakur in this chapter is describing this also. And then so many more profound truths are here, but I'm just going very briefly here now. And then he begins to talk on page 350 about the 3 types of bodies: the gross body, the subtle body, and the spiritual body, and how the effects of the influence of Maya is on the gross body, and that will influence the subtle mind, intelligence, false ego. And if our experience in the gross world is that of the holy Dhams, that of Sri Krishna and the Vaishnavas, then that purified vision is going to influence the mind, intelligence, and false ego in the subtle body, and therefore give us more of an option to connect with the soul within, that eternal particle within us. Understand? So you can either go the negative way if you're being influenced negatively, and just the mind can become very much attracted and attached to matter, or it can gradually start to slacken its attraction to the material energy. So finally, on page 352, in the bottom of the first paragraph on 352, it's saying the Maya Shakti is called apara, inferior, because it is material and inert, jad. So we have to appreciate the nature of this Maya Shakti. This Maya Shakti essentially can't influence the spirit soul unless we allow it to. It's our choice and decision every single time. So I'm just reiterating the tattva that I've understood here. And finally, the last sentence is very powerful here. He says, that is the inherent nature of Jiva-tattva. The whole topic of this chapter is Jiva-tattva. And that is why it is said in the Vedas that Ishvara is the controller of Maya, whereas the Jiva remains eligible to be controlled by Maya in all circumstances, even in the liberated condition. So we discussed that also. So now tomorrow, I think we can come more confidently into the 16th chapter. So this is something of a recap, very skinny. I know, how can you just recap so many truths all just in a matter of like half an hour? But I've tried to touch on what I've considered the highlights of our origin and our origin within the Tatastha Swabhav, and then manifesting ultimately from the body of Mahavishnu in this world. That will be discussed in the 16th chapter. So Jaiva Dharma Ki Jai, Ananta Kota Vaishnava. Was there another question? Ki Jai.
Comment, Maharaj, we cannot even discuss to our Shiksha Guru too.
Well, that's a personal, thing. That's not anything to do with what I'm presenting here. I'm presenting what Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying is the ontological supreme truth, and our various applications of that in the world with our guru or our shiksha guru or different devotees, etc. That's our own karmic lot that we have for us in life. So that's not a principle that is going to be all inclusive for everybody. That's a very individual circumstance. So if anybody wants to write to me personally, they're always welcome. Many people do. But I've just been trying to go over these somewhat intense explanations of Jiva-tattva, which personally I find ecstatic to chew on because at the end of chewing on it, I always feel personally that my mind is more illuminated into the greatness of Krishna's glory. That's the effect that it has on me personally. I feel because I've tested the limits of my um, intelligence or brain, and it's all being focused on the appreciation to try to come to a point of service, how to understand service to Krishna, devotional service. And we said many times that verse, Tesham Satatam Yuktanam, that one who constantly serves me with love and devotion, I give the understanding by which he can come to me. And the essence, I just want to repeat one more time, is that the horse is the tattva and the rider is the lila, and the lila is far more important ultimately than the tattva. But without the tattva, how can the lila really sink deeply into our consciousnesses? So we need the tattva. Why otherwise would Bhaktivinoda Thakur give it to us? He gives us this tattva out of his divine mercy. So Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Jaiva Dharma ki jai, chapter 15 ki jai, Jiva-tattva ki jai, Gold Premanande, Hari Hari Bol.